Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Lost Everything and Got Teleported to Fairy Tale Part 1. Before we start, please go support IC Gremry01 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. After a brutal battle, Hyoudou Issei ends up stranded in another world, a world where the population knows about magic, being used to perform certain jobs in places called guilds. While looking for a way to return home, he will end up involved with a particular group, the Fairy Tale Guild, a place where he will live great adventures, meet new people, and form great bonds. Prologue. In a huge dense forest of an undetermined area, in a specific area, there was a crater formed after the impact of something. A huge crater with a radius of 20 meters and a depth of 6 meters. At the bottom of the crater is the body of a young man of about 18 years old, wearing a somewhat damaged black and red suit, and showing significant physical damage. The boy slowly began to show signs of awakening, with grimacing and pitiful moans coming out of his mouth. Until he finally woke up completely. "Arg, what happened?" he said, sitting on the floor while feeling his body hurt a lot. The boy began to get up, feeling numb in his muscles. After getting back up, he looked around, seeing the forest that surrounded him. "Where am I?" I whispered without understanding. "You're awake, that's good," said a voice that sounded from a green gem that appeared on the back of his left hand. "Drake, do you know what's going on?" the boy asked. "Well, more or less. Listen carefully and don't be alarmed. We're in another world," said Drake as the boy opened his eyes wide in surprise. "What?" I shouted loudly after the surprise. "Ha, calm down. I know it may sound incredible and even surprising, but it happens. We are in another world, and let me tell you that since we arrived, something strange has been happening," said Drake. "What thing?" Issei asked. "Why play dumb if you already know who he is? Now calm down." "Well, first, you've been unconscious for a day. Second, I don't know why, but since we came to this world a strange energy began to enter your body and was stored inside you in a kind of container. And the craziest thing is that the energies of Ophis and Great Red are reacting to said energy, mixing with it," said Drake. Which surprised Issei a little. "Wow, is that good or bad?" I have asked. "Well, for now let's say normal. Since nothing impressive has happened, I'll let you know later if something happens," said Drake. After a while, Issei asked what he was interested in. "Drake, how did we end up here?" Issei asked his friend. "Well, that's simple. It was Hades. Because of him and a device he had in his hands, he managed to open a kind of gap that absorbed you, taking advantage of the fact that you were weak. After that we were swallowed by that portal and you fell unconscious. I remained conscious, and so I used the armor so that it wouldn't be so damaged. Then you fell here and the rest tells itself," explained Drake, being that Issei got upset. "TCH, damn bucking skeleton god," said Issei. Because he didn't like Hades because of his misogyny towards the other factions. He caused problems just because, and now because of him he is in this strange place. Sitting in that crater he began to think what to do. He didn't know how to leave here. It's not like getting lost in another country. No, this is worse, because he was lost in another world, another bucking world. "Arg, shit, what will I do?" said Issei, trying not to pull his hair out over what was happening. "For now I recommend you look for a city or town, or at least some trace of civilization, and pray that they have a language similar to yours," said Drake, making Issei sigh. The brown-haired boy stood up and looking at the blue sky he sighed again. "Anyway, I won't get anything done if I sit here. I'd better do what you told me," he told me, starting to walk to one side, since he's not exactly oriented either. So, he walked and walked, without any apparent direction. Hours passed and nothing. But finally night came and he made a bonfire where he roasted some iguanas that he caught to eat. Note here, in my country iguana is known as garobo and they make it into soup, and as disgusting as it may seem, I can say that iguana soup is bucking awesome, and the iguana doesn't taste that bad, let's say. "HAA, and the night caught me," said Issei, watching as the daylight disappeared, giving way to night. I wasn't afraid, but I wasn't confident either. I was alert to everything that might happen. Plus, for hours now, ever since he woke up, something has been bothering him. "Drake, I have a question for you, Issei said, looking at the green gem on the back of his left hand. What's wrong? Drake asked. What is that strange energy you told me about earlier? Issei asked. It was that, well, I honestly don't know what it is, but it's strange. It's an energy that's mixing with your body and also with the boosted gear. I don't know what it is, but little by little it's entering you and the boosted gear, accumulating. In fact, a kind of crystal began to form here inside that I think represents said energy. It's expanding as the hours go by. I just hope it's something beneficial, said Drake. Wow, so that means this world isn't normal like ours, Issei commented. Technically, Drake said. I see. Well, I have to rest and wait for a new day, because I will hardly find any sign of civilization if I go on foot, because the last thing I want is to attract attention if they see me flying, said Issei. Wow, how smart of you, you're already learning, said Drake, sincerely surprised. Issei frowned, but ignored Drake, because in the end, he was sometimes too stupid and it's normal to think that he can't think rationally in serious situations. Anyway, I'd better pretend I'm hungry now. Those survival classes with Tananusen have really helped me a lot, said Issei, taking one of the roasted iguanas and started eating it. It was strange to eat the reptile, but it didn't have a bad taste. And so the night passed peacefully, being that Issei did not know it, but that world is more interesting than his mind could imagine and hides dangers equal to or greater than his world, but that is for later. Chapter 1. Shortly after. It's been a while since Issei woke up and now he finds himself walking through the trees looking for an exit. Damn, I've been walking for like half an hour and I still haven't found a way out of this place, Issei said, starting to get impatient. I told you to fly like 15 minutes ago, but you don't pay attention, said Drake. But what if there are people who see me, won't they get scared? Said the brown-haired boy, giving a logical point to that. Partner, you're in the middle of a forest, do you think there's any soul here other than wild animals? Said Drake, but Issei didn't know what to say to that. But Issei wanted to contradict his friend, but he got ahead of him. Do you listen? Damn it, don't you understand that I'm the oldest here? I know what I'm saying, so get those damn wings out and fly out of this place now, said Drake, already fed up with Issei not paying attention to him. Okay, don't be angry, Issei said, obeying. The brown-haired boy took out a pair of reddish wings, these being dragon wings that he obtained when he was reborn in a body made of a dragon god. As best he could, he took flight, and when he left he saw the whole panorama and Drake was right. There would be no soul here because the forest stretched for thousands, as he saw no end to it. Wait, is that a tower? Issei said, seeing a structure in the distance that extended towards the sky. Out of curiosity, I decided to go see what that peculiar place was. He took flight towards that place, flying at high speeds, arriving in a few minutes to the vicinity, and wow, it was a very tall tower. He descended until he was at the entrance to the tower, which was circular, and did not have any handle or button to press to enter. How do you access this site? He asked himself, beginning to analyze the entry. He may be absent-minded, but he's not an idiot. So drawing on basic knowledge of isekai anime, RPG games and medieval origin stories, he began to think about how to open said entrance. Until I found one that could serve him. He approached the entrance of the tower and placed his hand on it. When he did that he concentrated and let his energy flow towards the entrance. Yes, it could be one of those doors that can be opened after imbuing it with magical energy, or something similar, since he only possesses demonic energy, which in his world is the origin of human magic, so he thought it could work for him. But something that neither he nor Drake knew was that the energy that began to concentrate inside him was now his and would act unconsciously mixing with his energies, so thanks to that the door of the tower was activated. A sound of moving mechanisms was the signal that the door had been opened. Great, it worked, Issei said, smiling at managing to open the door without having to resort to force. The door opened inwards, allowing Issei to see inside. Being cautious, I entered gently, expecting that he might jump on me and attack me. I look everywhere, but when I see what's inside I'm stunned. But what a lot of books, said Issei, seeing how the place worthy of its size, extended upwards but also downwards, so much so that the end could not even be seen because of how dark it was. The door closed behind him, and that scared him. Shit, he said, alarmed at being locked in, but when he turned it back on, it opened. Oh, false alarm, he said, letting the door close again. I look around the place. Lots of books, so many that I started to feel dizzy. Take a book and see if you understand it, said Drake. True, we are in another world, he said, remembering that great detail. I saw that there were several books scattered on the floor, so I picked one up and was surprised. Wow, it's Japanese, he said, highlighted, but he noticed that it looked old, but he didn't care since it was Japanese. I know for a fact what language Fairy Tail speaks, but since it's from Japan it stays as Japanese and that's it, and for a current one, the books are in ancient Japanese because they're old v. He started to look through the book, lots of letters, so he left the book where it was. Well, this is a bookstore, and it looks old, so one of two, no one has come here in years or they are so honest to respect the books that are here, said Issei, looking at the place. Instead of talking nonsense like that, you should look for a book that will help us know where we are, said Drake as Issei sighed. But there are so many, I'll never finish, said Issei, looking at the pile of books. No way, it's your turn to read, said Drake as Issei frowned. Of course, since you won't have to read the books, said the brown-haired boy, walking towards one of the shelves. Stop screaming. Besides, just like you read those light novels and erotic novels, it should be easy for you to read some book that gives us information about where we ended up, said Drake. Ninninini, go to sleep now and let me see what I find, Issei said, somewhat annoyed. Drake rolled his eyes at that. Issei began to look for a history or geography book. There were many books, too many books. He took the ones that caught his interest the most of them being magic books, making it clear that magic existed in that world. It took him about an hour, but searching in the lower parts of the tower, he found some books that were about history. With that, he used his wings to return to the entrance floor, leaving the large pile of books aside and using others to make a seat. Well, there are like 7 books that seem to be about ancient history, 12 that talk about magic, and there is one about a certain god slaying magic that is actually interesting, said Issei, holding a black-covered book with gold letters. It looked somewhat old, and its pages were yellow. Well, first focus on the history books, then read the rest, said Drake. Of course, Issei said, taking one of the history books to start reading a little. 3 hours later. Ugh, no more, said Issei, dropping the last of the books and throwing himself on the hard floor, tired of reading. It was hard, too hard, because he is not like Ross Weiss or Sona. He is not a bookworm, he is a normal boy who enjoys other things. But I do manage to discover several interesting things. The first book he read helped him learn some things, that the world he is in is called Earthland, being a somewhat large world, and that it only has 3 continents that seem united but are separated by large rivers. These continents are called Ishgar, Alakatasia and Giltina, each with its own history. But the book only focused on Ishgar since that is the continent where it is located. In Ishgar there are several countries like in any continent, as well as a few kingdoms. The second book talked about stories from ancient times, about a very dangerous dark wizard named Zeref, demons created by him that are highly dangerous, dark magic, and so on. The third was about the discovery of magic, how it was born and how it was divided into several types, with some being suitable for only one type of magic, or some who can learn more than one type of magic, or some who cannot. There he learned about the strange energy that Drake told him about. It's called Ether Nano, being a type of energy still unknown, but it's the one that helps people become magicians. This energy can be found everywhere, and it has high concentrations in the atmosphere of Earthland. Without a doubt something that interested him, since now he possesses that energy, and with that desire to read those magic books came to him a lot. He also talked about the magics that were said to be lost, one of them being the God Killer, of which he happened to find a book in the lowest part of the tower. The fourth one was about a kingdom that was forgotten after 400 years of its destruction, a kingdom where humans and dragons coexisted, but a fight between them led to its ruin. Its name was Dragnov, and I read it out of interest in the question of dragons. In the fifth he learned about the dragons that were apparently enemies of humanity, being that they ate humans and that, being that Drake did not blame them species since they were of different species and it was like a human eating a pig or something like that, being that it bothered Issei, but he understood that what his friend said was true. But dragons became extinct 400 years ago when a dragon killed them all, its name being Agnologia, the dragon of the apocalypse, who was supposedly a human before. Drake was interested in that title because it reminds him of Trihexa, but if it was a dragon he doubted it was similar because Trihexa was a chimera. The others repeated the same thing but in a more summarized way, as well as talking about ancient weapons and other things. Now it's time to read those, said Issei, lying on the floor looking at the magic books, taking the Black Book of Gods Slaying Magic, Magic of the God of Fire. Interesting, he whispered, reading the title. I didn't know if I would achieve anything by reading, but I had nothing to lose by trying. But better later, I'm already bored of reading so many books, he said, throwing the book aside and took out his phone, seeing that it had 60% charge waiting. Did he open it with it? He said worriedly, using magic that he learned from Aquino and Rossweiss about the creation of a storage dimension. He takes out a ring that Rias gave him and imbues it with magic. A reddish ray came out of the ring and several things began to come out of there. And they said that those Chinese novels would be useless, said Issei, remembering those Chinese and Korean novels where there were those types of rings. I'm surprised by the ease with which you create magic objects guided by things you read, said Drake, because even though his partner pulls out tremendously stupid magic like Paylingual or Dress Break, he was ingenious at it, because in the end those two magic along with others are his own and only he uses them. It's my gift, my curse, said Issei, starting to search among those things that he took out of the ring. Something that was given to him in Grigori. Here it is, he said, smiling while holding what appears to be a power bank with a cable. That was a device that generated energy using demonic energy or magic as a base, and that was made in mass and everyone did it. Feliz charged his phone while he grabbed some mangas that he had stored in that ring along with some chips and sodas. Relax then, said Issei, lying down on the floor and starting to read manga. Drake denied. His friend kept a lot of junk in that ring, but few things useful for survival. At least he knows he has gold there, and that would help if there is a civilization where he can exchange it for the local currency. And so Issei spent his time relaxing, forgetting that he is in another world and that he has to find a way to return home. So you say you have something like a son now? Said a blonde woman, with white skin and a voluptuous body, wearing a white yukata with flower prints. She was sitting on a rock looking at a red wall. I only hear a growl from some gigantic creature that was next to her. I see, but why would someone as strong and old as you do something like that? She asked with clear intrigue. Another growl was heard and she was surprised. Just curious? Really? She asked. Another grunt was his response. Wow, I knew you were someone strange, but not to that extent. But if I caught your attention it was for a reason, right? She said. Another grunt, and she agreed. It could be, but if he has a body made of your flesh and the power of Ophis he will become a monster in the future, she said. Another growl was heard. Maybe I'll meet him later. I still have a lot of things to do, but when that day comes I'll see what caught your attention about that boy, said the woman as she got up from the rock where she was sitting. At that, the red wall moved, moving away, revealing that it was not a wall, but a colossal red dragon 100 meters long, and where they were was a multicolored space where they could barely see small pieces of land floating around. The dragon grew as it created a huge dimensional portal. Sure, see you later, old man, said the woman, watching him disappear after crossing the portal. Well, it's time to go, she said, putting on a serious face as she disappeared, entering a dimensional portal. Chapter 2. 3 months later. 3 months have passed since Issei arrived in that world, and during that time he spent it locked up in this tower that he discovered was called the Magic Library, and where magical records from ancient times were kept along with other types of books of great historical importance. During that time he spent his time learning the basics of the magic of that world, guided by Drake, who was the one who best understood the contents of the books that Issei read. And surprisingly, that god-killing fire magic could actually be half learned from that book. It was hard and tiring. He had to travel long miles to find food, but that region was inhospitable in the sense that there were no people or cities. It was just forest and vast plains. Sure, with a balance breaker it wasn't difficult to travel long distances, but he only bought what was necessary so he wouldn't have to travel all the time, since the nearest city was about 1,200 kilometers away, and it took him about half an hour to go and come back. which was tedious. She had to go far away from the forest to train her fire magic, because she obviously didn't want to start an Amazon-style fire, so she went to the mountains to practice, although she had to fight some giant wolves that cast ice magic so she could train in peace, and they were strong. In 3 months he managed to learn God's Slayer magic, but it was at a basic level. He only learned to use flames, and for a short period of time, since he was still unstable, he would need more time to be able to handle that type of magic. Well, now what do I do? Issei said, sitting in the middle of nowhere. Honestly, I didn't know what to do. I wanted to go out and explore, but I also wanted to find a way to get back home. I missed my world. His parents, his girls, his friends, hell, he even missed school, and that's saying a lot. Drake was sleeping, and the last thing he told him was that 2 more crystals began to be created, like when the ether nano storage was created, now being a red crystal and a black one. He lay on the ground, looking at the blue sky and the few clouds that were there. I didn't know what to do. It's been 3 months away from home, 3 months alone, 3 months reading books, and 3 months practicing, in a self-taught way, a magic that could be considered powerful. But he already wanted to return home. He wanted to be with everyone and thus be able to enjoy his day-to-day life as he should, and he also had to win the Azazel Cup if he wanted to fulfill Tiamat's promise so that she would stop hating Drake. What a problem, he said sadly. He sighed again and stood up, stretched, and flew back to the library that had been his home for the time he was there. During that time he devoted himself to tidying up the library a bit, leaving the books on the floor on the shelves where they belong. Inside he had set up a small base, with a bed, a table, and a lamp that works with magic. I had a portable kitchen, but I used that outside, as well as a kind of refrigerator that works with magic. Well, most of the inventions worked with magic, and for those who couldn't control ether nano, they used crystals charged with a quantity of magic that was cheap and lasted a month. He lay down on the bed and looked up at the almost infinite number of floors that rose into the sky. He started thinking about everyone, how they were, what they were doing, if they were looking for him. He hoped so. I'd better stop thinking like that, he whispered, closing his eyes. He would sleep for a while and then have dinner, since he is stuck in his training with that god-killing magic. 1 week later. Well, it was good while it lasted, Issei said outside the tower. He was ready to leave. He had gotten a little used to solitude, but it wasn't his thing. He would leave that to the hermit monks. Of course, he left the whole place clean. He spent that week cleaning. It was a way of respecting such an old place that served as his refuge. Already ready, he took flight towards the horizon. He would visit Fiori, since it was the closest place to these lands. I wanted to see what that kingdom could teach him. Although he could have gone elsewhere, he wanted to see the closest place, and flying around is not his thing. Well, a long trip is coming up, Issei said, increasing his speed. 2 days later. Somewhere in Fiori. Issei arrived in a small town, a city of at least 500 inhabitants. It was a rustic place, wooden houses. There was a well in the middle of the town, and not far from there was a farm. A nice little town where the people were friendly. The chestnut arrived there the night before, renting a bed in a small inn. Obviously he knew about the type of currency that was used in that world called jewel, but obviously they were not jewels as such as their translated name indicated. That was simply the name of the money that was used, and it was as he knows it in his world, coins and bills. And they were literally worth the same as the yen, meaning 1 jewel was equivalent to 1 yen. That took him by surprise. How did I get money? Simple, he sold some valuable things he was carrying with him to a merchant who was the same one who told him where the town was. According to the locals, there were not many visitors around here, as it is a remote town deep in the mountains. Issei asked for directions on how to get to a city in Fiori, and they were kind and gave him a magic map that changed depending on where he went. Issei was impressed, as it was like a kind of GPS but on paper. Everything's okay, right? Well, not everything is good, because like in any world, this place has bad people, and those people showed themselves in the afternoon. Issei was sitting on the porch of the inn, sitting in a chair while reading the black book where he learned some magic. He had a glass of lemon juice that the innkeeper very kindly offered him along with some homemade cookies. Well, then if I do this the magic will manifest better, Issei whispered while reading a passage from the book where it showed some strange drawings and such. He still had a lot to learn about that magic, but thanks to it he has managed to learn fire magic better, managing to create more magical attacks and a few defensive ones that could work for ordinary humans. The good thing is that his dragon skin resists high temperatures, although he couldn't say the same about his clothes. Everything was going well when I noticed something. Until recently, people were going about their business and children were playing, but suddenly everything fell into a deathly silence. I looked at the lady from the inn who was in a hurry. She looked at Issei with fear clear on her face. "Young man, please come in. They'll be here soon," said the lady with concern. "Who will be here soon, ma'am?" Issei asked, confused. "Let's go inside, I'll tell him what's going on. But quickly before they come and look at us outside," said the lady, taking Issei by the arm to try to move him, but she couldn't. The chestnut was confused but listened. Once inside, Issei noticed the woman's husband and a young man who was the couple's son. Both of them were scared. The lady took some planks and used them as bars for the doors, as well as closing the windows and putting up curtains. Issei increasingly did not understand the woman's actions, looking to the man for answers. "Come on, boy, sit down, I'll tell you what's going on," said the man, sighing worriedly. Issei went and sat on a bench that was near the counter where the man served. "What's wrong, sir? I see you're scared. Is a monster or something coming at this time?" Issei asked, confused, not ruling out the monster since there was a possibility of that happening. "It's something similar, you see. About 200 meters east of the city there is a mountain. At the foot of that mountain a group of malicious wizards settled who come every day to collect a tribute so as not to do anything to us. They are very strong, and due to the lack of wizards in the town, we had to pay attention to their demands," said the afflicted man. His son continued. "We locked ourselves in because they said they would charge double to anyone who dared to be in their presence, and to anyone who didn't they them." The man couldn't continue saying because he felt like crying. Issei became serious. This sounded like an unpleasant situation. "They have killed several people, and we have not been able to send any calls for help to the cities with guilds because they have us under control. The last time we tried to send a messenger, they killed him and hung him on a cross in the center of the town as a sign that this would happen to us if we asked for help again," said the old man, looking down. Issei now became serious. No, he was upset. Do they really dare to mess with villagers who can't defend themselves? This had to stop no matter what. "How many are there?" Issei asked seriously. "Excuse me?" the old man asked the brown-haired man. "How many subjects are there?" Issei asked. "Why do you ask? Don't tell me that." The old man's son looked at Issei in surprise. "Are you crazy? They will kill you," said the old man. "Sir, don't worry, I'm not new to this, and I also find it too unfair that you, being a peaceful people, are harassed by a group of idiots who take advantage of your abilities to do evil," Issei said seriously. "But they are very powerful and you are only one. It is useless. They are going to kill you," said the old man, worried. "It may be, but we won't know if I don't try. Besides, I don't think they're that strong. They must just be a group of imbeciles who use their little power to intimidate people without the ability to use magic. That's why I'll give them a lesson that they probably won't forget even in death," said Issei with total seriousness. "Now tell me, please. How many are there?" he asked a third time. Father and son looked at each other. They didn't know what to say, but then. "There are 20 of them. 3 of them have come to collect their payment from the mayor's office. The rest are staying in their lair at the foot of the mountain east of here. Their boss is a very strong magician. Are you sure you want to go?" the lady asked seriously as she came back from covering the windows on the second floor. "Yes, that's all I need to know, if you'll excuse me," Issei said, standing up from the bench to head to the entrance. The family watched Issei walk away. They weren't sure, but seeing him walk fearlessly outside gave them a strange confidence. In the end, Issei left the house after removing the bars that the lady put back at the brown-haired boy's request. The 3 of them looked out the window watching Issei head to the center of the village. "Be careful, boy," said the old man, feeling helpless as he watched a young boy throw his life away because he wanted to be the hero of a city. "Are you still following this? You don't even know if they are stronger than you," said Drake. "I doubt they are, Because if they were, they wouldn't be in this place, taking advantage of the fact that there are no magicians nearby. They are just a group of idiots who take advantage of those who cannot defend themselves, he said Issei. Because if they were powerful magicians, they would be in different places causing chaos of great proportions, not being in a town where there are no magicians and only civilians. Still, don't be overconfident. You don't know what kind of magic they have. Remember that this is not our world and the power level is different, said Drake seriously. I'd always keep that in mind, because otherwise I would have died before, said Issei, standing in the middle of the town. The place is a square, with a well at its center. There were several houses around it, and there was also the town hall, a larger building made of red bricks and a tiled roof. The chestnut tree went and sat on a bench near the well, waiting for the undesirable individuals to arrive. Hey you, brat, which wasn't that long in coming. Issei looked up, and there standing 3 meters away from him were 3 men. One was a dark-haired man with pale skin and black eyes, wearing a dark green jacket and light green pants, as well as brown shoes. The other was brown-haired, had green eyes and had somewhat tan skin. He had a good physique. He wore a red shirt, blue pants and black shoes. The last one had dark orange hair, a mean-spirited face and fair skin. His build was thin. He was wearing a purple sweatshirt and black pants with black shoes. The only thing the 3 shared were black capes with the drawing of a skull inside a circle and a sword crossing perpendicularly. The brown-haired boy just looked at them, and they looked at him annoyed. Are you mute? Speak, damn it, said the brown-haired man with clear annoyance. Who the buck are you? The orange-haired man demanded, annoyed. The black-haired man was silent, looking bored at Issei. Are you the ones disturbing the peace of the village? Issei asked, although he already knew the answer. Huh! And what do you care about that? Said the brown-haired boy. Do you think you're some kind of hero? The orange-haired man asked mockingly. Are you a magician? The black-haired man asked with a deep and serious voice. Hey! A magician in this town? The brunette asked. They should have called someone, these bastards. Once the boss finds out about this, they will find out, said the orange-haired man, annoyed. Issei stood up, making them go on guard. Don't try something stupid, you brat. You're at a disadvantage and we won't hesitate to kill you, the brunette said as he covered his hands with what looked like wind magic, 2 small tornadoes covering his hands. It's better that you drop everything you're carrying and go look for more if you don't want to get hurt, said the orange-haired man while his body emitted light blue rays. The black-haired man began to emit purple flames from his body. You won't do anything if you know, but the black-haired man didn't finish when Issei appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow that caused a small wave of wind. The black-haired man flew at high speed while his face was disfigured by the blow, blood coming from his nose and mouth. In the end, he bounced several times until he was unconscious about 20 meters from where they were. The other 2 were stunned. They felt their pulses rise as Issei stood between them with his fist extended. I knew it, you guys are bucking weak, Issei said with complete seriousness. That made the other 2 guys act in desperation. Ma damn, the brunette shouted as his arms were covered by 2 mini tornadoes. I'll kill you, the orange-haired man shouted, charged with electricity. Issei simply moved backwards, being so fast that they didn't even see when he moved. Then he watched in slow motion as the 2 brought their fists closer to each other without even realizing it. See? I told you, they're bucking weak people who take advantage of people weaker than them, Issei said to Drake. Without waiting for a response from his friend, the brunette had no mercy, and in a quick movement he grabbed the 2 subjects by their heads, lifting them up like rag dolls and then slamming them hard against the ground, causing a strong shake. The result? The 2 guys were knocked out and with their skulls fractured. Issei looked at them annoyed. These guys didn't know what it was like to be in front of a monster, so he would show them. He looked at the other guy. He was conscious and crawling while crying. Issei without disgust kicked the 2 subjects, breaking their ribs. Then he took his time looking for some chains to tie them tightly. The mayor, who saw the entire short exchange, left his mayor's office alarmed. Issei looked at him. It would be better to find a way to capture them. I will take him to his lair, Issei said seriously. The mayor didn't know what to say. he was stunned. Issei didn't wait for a response and just went to the guy who had left a trail of blood while crawling. The chestnut walked up to where he was, seeing him crawling while crying and bleeding. The brown-haired boy walked, and the subject barely heard footsteps and turned to see who it was, letting out a muffled cry and then beginning to increase the speed of his crawl. But Issei didn't let him, approaching him to crush his hand, breaking his bones. The subject shouted, starting to cry harder because of the pain he felt. Issei had no mercy on him, just as he had no mercy on the people, so he grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up. "You will take me to his lair, and if you don't I will throw you headlong into the well with your arms and legs broken," Issei said in a dark tone that scared the subject. "Favo, no ma, give me too much," said the guy, barely speaking well because he had fewer teeth and his face hurt. Issei ignored that and simply dragged him by his hair, while the guy just cried. People from their homes watched, surprised and somewhat scared, as Issei had one of the subjects who had them under a yoke of terror. Honestly, they didn't feel a bit sorry for him, because they wanted that and more for those guys. The brunette dragged the subject for almost 20 minutes, and that took him walking from the town to the place where those subjects had their lair. In the distance he could see a well-made cabin. It was large, 2 stories high, and had a red tile roof. Plus it had a wooden fence. Issei approached without caring about anything, much less when one of the guys there looked surprised as they brought one of his companions and ran inside to call his boss. Issei arrived near the fence, took the subject, and without disgust he hit him again in the face, leaving him unconscious, and then threw him like a sack of potatoes against the fence, knocking it over. At that point, several individuals came out of the cabin, all men and wearing the same cloak, and leading the group was an old man. The old man had white hair and a mustache, was at least 1.80 meters tall, and was wearing black and red tunics. Issei only focused on the old man, who looked at him with annoyance. "Who are you and why do you bring one of my subordinates in like that?" the old man asked while 2 of his subordinates picked up the battered subject. "And what did you do with the other 2? he asked, demanding an answer. But Issei didn't answer her questions. "Are you the leader of these guys?" the brunette asked seriously. The old man was upset by such audacity. "Who the hell are you, brat? Answer!" the old man shouted in annoyance as he emanated dark energy that made his subordinates move away. "That answers everything to me, that you care about who I am. The only thing you should know is that none of you passed today," Issei said seriously. He didn't tempt his heart with his quick plot enemies. He wouldn't do it with these unfortunates who have already killed people before. The old man was upset by such a statement, because in his eyes, Issei was nothing more than a tadpole. "Damn brat, who do you think you are to talk to me like that?" the old man shouted in annoyance, releasing more dark energy that made his subordinates nervous. "His executioner," Issei said, making the old man more upset. "Damn brat, die!" the old man shouted, starting to create shadows from his feet which emerged into sharp peaks that headed towards Issei's shadow magic. "Shadow spear!" the old man shouted his attack. Issei looked at that board. "Gyasuk is stronger than your old man," said Issei, easily dodging the attacks. "It can't be," said one of the subordinates. "He's dodging the master's attacks," said another. The old man got upset, so he used more power. The shadows spread out in front of them, creating what seemed to be a black puddle. The range of that darkness reached Issei, who was standing above that darkness. At that, the darkness began to cover Issei, making him raise an eyebrow at that. "You are lost," said the old man, covered in dark energy shadow magic. "Shadowy doom," said the old man. Everyone watched as the shadows covered Issei, and then several spikes appeared extending out of the brown-haired man's body. "It's finished," said one of the subordinates, smiling confidently. "The master is someone powerful. That brat is stupid to try to challenge him," said another. "He thinks that by defeating those 3 idiots he could stand up to him," said another. Everyone was making fun of Issei, but something happened that would leave everyone cold. The darkness that covered Issei began to fracture as if it were black glass, and then, boom, feush! Issei was covered in black flames. Seeing that, the old man fell on his ass, crawling away from Issei in fear. "And it's he can't be, that magic is," said the old man, scared seeing those black flames covering Issei. The chestnut's clothes were damaged, but his body was completely intact. It barely had a few red marks where the spikes that tried to nail him like an Iron Maiden had hit. Shit, those were new clothes, Issei said, annoyed as the black flames ceased. The old man was scared. Never in his damn life did he expect to meet someone who controlled such ancient and supposedly lost magic. Well, now it's my turn to attack, Issei said, looking seriously at everyone present. Damn it, don't think so much, shouted one of the men, launching himself at Issei while a whip of water came out of a wooden bucket containing said liquid. You fool, you don't stand a chance, the old man shouted, alarmed. Issei watched the guy approach. To him, these guys were slow. He has faced fast guys before. His reaction speed had to adapt to Vali, who was the fastest guy he knew, above Vidar himself, using that balance breaker. 2 moves were enough to knock that guy out. First he dodged the water attack, and then he landed a powerful blow to his stomach, making him vomit whatever he had eaten mixed with blood. The subject was thrown several meters into the air, and then, after a slap, he was sent to the left. Issei looked at all those guys seriously, but they were all scared, and the old man was pissing himself, because he swore he saw how behind Issei a huge wall of flames rose, and then he saw how a huge red dragon stood powerfully spitting red flames towards the sky. This is the end, Issei said as he began to release black flames from his body. Seeing Issei, they could only think of one word together. Monster. They all thought, scared, seeing the blackish being that Issei turned into covered in black flames. Time after. Let us go, you bastard, shouted the brown-haired man tied with chains all over his body while riding on the ground. This won't stay like this. Our boss will come and kill you all, including that bucking brat, the orange-haired man shouted furiously while riding like his partner. There gathered watching those two were the oldest and other adults. They were nervous watching those two. Sir, what do we do? Asked a worried woman. Yes, that boy is probably already dead, and because of him they are going to come to finish us off, said a scared young man. The few townspeople gathered were afraid that the wizards would retaliate against them, because with no one to fight these guys, they were at their mercy. The oldest didn't know what to say. He was already starting to get a headache from this. In that thumb, the remains of a charred body were thrown near the 2 chained wizards, who let out a frightened cry. There's your boss. It was Issei, who was wearing damaged clothes and throwing out some smoke. And indeed, Issei left the old man's face somewhat recognizable, but the rest was burned, plus the old man's expression of horror disturbed everyone. The 2 wizards urinated on themselves, while they were crying, terrified of what would happen to them. Issei ignored them and looked at the elder. The people around him took a few steps back, looking at him scared, but he didn't care. The brown-haired man approached the elder while he handed out some papers. They were old reward posters, where the old man's face was shown, a little younger, but it was him. This old man was a criminal wanted for committing multiple homicides throughout Fiori. His reward is not much compared to everything you had to go through, but at least collect it since it is a good amount, Issei said with a sigh. The mayor saw the posters, and they were not only of the old man, but also of several other subjects, including the 2 who were tied up. Boy, are you? The eldest asked, looking at Issei. Yes, they are all dead, but their faces are still recognizable. And before you say anything, I have killed before and not for pleasure, because in a war it is that or die, said Issei, sighing again. The mayor agreed. He wouldn't say anything, because he knows that war can be very hard, like the wars of yesterday that his father told him about. Anyway, I'm leaving here. I don't want to make you have a bad time with my presence. By the way, those guys' lair is still intact. I didn't check, but they probably have something of value that could be useful to you, he said, turning around to go to the inn for his things. The people saw that. Yes, they were scared since they hadn't seen things like that. No, they were just scared of what Issei did to the old man, but they had already witnessed deaths that those same guys had done. Wait, boy, please don't go. I can't let you leave like that empty-handed. Not when you helped us with a problem that has been affecting us for so long, said the mayor. Issei stopped and looked at him. And yes, you can't go. You freed us from those guys, said to a woman, smiling. Stay, we can have a party to celebrate this, said an old man, now calmer. Issei looked at them. He saw that they left their fear and began to smile seeing him. Please accept. We will feel bad if the one who saved us leaves like that, said the greatest, bowing. At that everyone did the same, making Issei nervous. Okay, I'll stay, but stop doing that, Issei said, uncomfortable with the situation. People stopped bowing and smiled. Well, this is something to celebrate, shouted the eldest. Forks, the people shouted. Issei looked at them. He felt a sense of accomplishment, but there was something that was bothering him. But he would ask Drake later. That day Issei had saved a village from an unpleasant fate. Chapter 3. The next day. How kind of them to give me a magic vehicle, said Issei while driving the vehicle that was like a carriage but had a kind of mechanism that used ether nano as fuel. Due to the lack of magicians, they had it covered in dust in a stable, so they gave it to him so he could move faster. Sure, he could fly, but he decided not to when he found out that the next town was about 20 kilometers away and he wanted to test the vehicle, which could go at a good speed despite being made of wood and metal. By the way, Drake, why did you act so violently against those guys? Issei asked, somewhat worried, because he was not like that, well, unless they did something completely unforgivable. But for the most part he was a calm person. I honestly don't know. I could tell you that it's because you're a dragon now, but even we have mere control over our emotions. But I think there's a factor that made your emotions become like that, said Drake as Issei paid attention. What is that factor? Issei asked. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's because of the ether nano that entered your body, that affected not only your magic containers and created new ones, it also seems to be mixing with your soul. This being the cause of you having strong emotions. In addition to your status as a dragon, we tend to be more emotional than anything being on Earth. Being that when we get brutally angry no one stops us, so possibly because of the influence of the ether nano as new energy in you, said Drake, being that Issei was surprised. Wow, and to think that that energy is still mysterious even for the most current magicians. I just hope I don't do something like that again. Honestly, I've never acted that way, and it's worrying, said Issei, looking at the road with a somewhat complicated expression. Don't worry, I know you're not a bad person. To be a pervert you have the heart necessary to be considered a hero. Besides, you only act violently when you feel that an unforgivable injustice is being committed like the one those people in that town went through, so calm down. I highly doubt that you'll become some kind of serial killer who only seeks to kill everything that gets in front of him, said Drake, clearly showing confidence that his friend would not let himself be consumed by the bloodlust that he comes to feel, because in the end, he was the only one who managed to overcome the curse that came with possessing the boosted gear, discarding the juggernaut drive for something even more powerful. Issei didn't say anything, he just smiled at the vote of confidence Drake placed in him. And so he continued his journey while looking at the amazing magic map that was given to him. Days later, Issei left another town behind, after paying for a repair of his vehicle that, due to being stored for so long, obtained rust in several parts along with needing new spare parts. Now with more provisions and more desire to continue his journey, he left the previous town. According to the people, he was told that if he continued like this, after passing 2 more towns, he would reach a city called Onibus. Of course, he always thinks about his home. What are they doing? Is everything okay? Did they manage to lock up Hades and Ingramanu? He was worried that something would happen and he wouldn't be there to help. He didn't want something like what happened with Trihexa to happen, because he knew that his world held secrets even older than the gods themselves, and that was dangerous, too dangerous. He sighed. In his current situation, worrying was unnecessary, as it was of no use when he himself was in a bind like this. Continuing on his way, he saw something strange a few meters away. Is it a fire? He said, confused, seeing a column of smoke rising about 200 meters from where he was. According to the map, further ahead there is a road that goes in that direction, although there is a small town. If you want to go, go, Drake told him, and the brown-haired boy agreed. Well, magic cart, don't break, Issei said, imbuing more ether nano to increase the speed of the vehicle. When he reached the intersection he made a turn that he was thankful he didn't flip the vehicle over, but he swore that he might have to give the axles a good once-over. It took a while, but halfway there he found a man, possibly in his 30s, who was hurt and looked desperate. Issei stopped the vehicle, being seen by the man. Chichiko, go back where you came from or you could die, said the tired and sore man. What happened? Issei asked, getting out of the vehicle to help the man stand. Dark wizards. That's what happened. They attacked us hours ago. They're powerful. They've killed several already. I have to go and warn the royal guards, said the man in a tired and desperate manner. Issei knew about the dark magicians thanks to the texts of the magic library, being that those magicians were those who used magic for their own purposes, without obeying the laws and without mercy to kill, according to something called the Balam Alliance led by a dark guild called Tartarus. Take my vehicle, I'll go see what I can do, Issei said as the man looked at him. Are you crazy, boy? They are going to kill you. There are many of them and their leader is powerful, said the man. Don't worry, you better go and ask for help. I'll try to hold them back as long as I can, said Issei, helping the man get into the vehicle. The man looked at Issei. He didn't understand why he would do that. He was young. He had no reason to get involved in problems of this caliber. Go quickly before it's too late, said Issei, taking his backpack with his things and starting to run. The man watched in surprise as Issei ran at high speed. He sighed and did as he said. Using the little control he had over Ether Nano, he turned the vehicle around and began the journey to the city of Onibus to notify the royal guards. While Issei ran at high speed without losing sight of the large column of smoke that was getting closer and closer. Issei after a few minutes arrived at the entrance of a town, or what's left of it. He saw many corpses of adults and children, destroyed houses, in short, a whole battlefield. Issei walked through the rubble, seeing everything with some sadness. At that he had to move his head to the side, because a magic bullet went almost through his head. Looking towards the side where the shot came from, he saw a man wearing a bizarre outfit and a monocle with a scope design, as well as holding a very large rifle. The man was standing on a building several meters away and fired again, with Issei easily dodging the shot. I didn't wait any longer and created a sphere of fire, not black, it was normal fire but very concentrated, so it turned red. He then made his hand into a gun shape and pointed at the subject who was preparing to walk away. Higan, Issei said as he fired the fire bullet which came out at high speeds, but of course, the man jumped from where he was. The bullet hit the building, causing a strong explosion that started a small fire. Issei didn't have time to attack the guy again as a shadow covered him completely. It was a guy. This one was bigger and more muscular, and he also had a mask covering his face. The craziest thing was that he was holding a 2-story house which he threw at him. Issei didn't wait for the impact, so as he did with the black fire, he covered himself with normal fire. It began to spin around him and quickly a powerful fire tornado rose. The muscle man walked away surprised by such a feat. Issei sighed, looked at the subject, but his attention was directed to another one coming from another direction. He was huge, about 3 meters tall, fat, with unkempt black hair as well as a prominent black beard, dark skin, wearing only a black jacket that emulated that of a pirate, as well as white pants and black shoes. The guy came with a big smile. Wow, you are impressive, kid. Are you from this town? The man asked without removing that smile from his face. No, but from afar I could see the smoke and I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see all this, said Issei without taking his eyes off the subject. Beautiful, isn't it? This is what happens to those who oppose me, zihahaha, said the man, ending with an evil laugh. Issei frowned. I must guess that you are the leader, said Issei. You sensed it right, kid. I'm Marshal Teach, leader of the Yami Dark Guild, said Marshal, smiling arrogantly. I see, Issei said, nodding. So, kid, are you coming to fight with us? Marshal asked with his smile. It's obvious, isn't it? Everything they did is unforgivable, Issei said with total seriousness, feeling that feeling from days ago. Zihahaha, what a funny kid. To beat me you need S-class wizards. I'm very PE, but Marshal couldn't finish because something happened. Issei didn't wait for him to finish his rant. He used night mode and charged his fists with fire, closing the distance in an overwhelming way. Ugh, Marshal grunted as he felt a sharp pain on his face, along with the burns, and then was launched like a bullet against the buildings, knocking them down in the process. Boss, the muscle man shouted and then saw Issei upset. Bucking brat, I'm going to kill you, the guy shouted, throwing himself at Issei. But the merciless brown-haired boy entered tower mode and charged his ether nano fist to make his muscles stronger. PM. AGH, the masked man felt a strong blow to his abdomen. He spat out a little blood when, like his leader, he flew through several houses. Issei then dodged several shots, the sniper being at a safe distance, a distance that mattered little when Issei disappeared from his sight. The man began to look for Issei, but a voice left him shocked. "I hate country rats," said Issei while standing next to the subject. The man reacted quickly, pointing the gun straight at Issei's face, but the brunette was faster, taking the gun and destroying it quickly. He then gave a powerful kick to the man's chest, who spat out more blood than his partner, a sign that he was physically weaker. The man ended up crashing into a wall about 10 meters from where they were, falling dead from the attack. Issei was about to continue, but a voice caught his attention. "Wow, boy, you're really strong, I'll admit. That hit of yours hurt a little," Marshall said, walking calmly while smiling. Where Issei hit there was no mark other than dirt. Issei looked at him seriously. It seemed that his words were not just that, because that blow he gave him could easily go through a concrete wall like paper. "But as I was telling you before you interrupted me, only an S-class wizard could truly hurt me. Your blows are nothing in comparison," Marshall said, smiling with clear confidence. Issei looked at him seriously. Something told him that this guy was hiding his power. "Zihaha, since trusting me won't work this time, I'll take you a little seriously and show you why I'm someone dangerous," said Marshall to begin releasing his power. Dark energy began to pour out of Marshall's body, and Issei was shocked by how large it was. "You have to be careful with him, he's someone powerful," said Drake, and Issei listened, since there was a reason he told him that. At that, Marshall's arms were covered in darkness, a misty darkness that surprised Issei even more. Surprised? It's normal. After all, my magic is recognized as one of the most dangerous that exists, since the darkness is absolute and terrifies even the bravest, said Marshall, smiling. Issei didn't go down from where he was. A long-distance approach was better. But I didn't notice how Marshall's two companions escaped from the place, as if anticipating something. At the man's feet, an immense darkness spread like a turbulent spiral. It looked like a raging river and stretched for at least 100 meters. Issei was surprised, because his power was felt in all of that. The darkness is absolute. From darkness comes gravity, an infinite gravity that compresses everything until it destroys it, said Marshall when he only said a few words for everything to go out of control. Black hole, and his magic began. Issei felt a powerful pulling force that made him kneel. But that's not all. He saw how the houses in the range of the attack began to sink. Everything was being swallowed by that immense darkness. What the hell is going on? Issei thought, alarmed. This magic reminded him of the effects that one of Serorg's pieces could do just with his gaze. But unlike that person, this guy had a greater range, and something told him that it was more dangerous to get caught at the bottom of that. Ziahaha, this is my magic, darkness. Darkness is gravity. The quality of having everything in oneself, the power of not letting even the smallest speck of light escape, said Marshall with a somewhat crazy smile. Everything was consumed quickly, and Issei had no other choice but to jump hard away from the range of that attack, but even then he was not sure he could handle the strong gravity that was pulling him down. It's useless, kid, you'll end up being consumed by the darkness and you'll die, said Marshall, because in the end when he starts he won't stop until he finishes his victim. The brown-haired boy frowned. It seemed that holding back his power on this occasion would be of no use. He had to act, or it would end badly for him. In the end, gravity took its toll and Issei ended up falling into the dark sea of Teach's magic, and he just laughed at that. But Issei was serious, and before disappearing a green light shone covering him. He was then swallowed by Marshall's magic. Zihaha, the man just laughed at that. In the end nothing could stop his darkness. The darkness converged back towards him, covering him in some way. I told you, kid, you didn't stand a chance against me, Marshall said, smiling at his victory. Well, it's time to expel it all. Liberation, he said as the darkness spread upwards, then grew and began to expel everything it swallowed. Everything that was consumed by the darkness after being expelled was very destroyed. Small pieces were what remained of every consumed structure. That's how it always was, and that's how it always would be. But UGH Marshall received a blow so hard that it made him spit out a huge amount of blood. And there giving him the blow was Issei using the balance breaker armor. Marshall was thrown several meters until he rolled on the ground and crashed into some rubble. Issei stood up and undid the armor, revealing that he had certain wounds on his body, but his serious expression could not be removed. That was awkward, you know? It almost gave me claustrophobia, Issei said, annoyed. When he was swallowed by that darkness, he literally felt like being blind, and the pressure was horrible. He felt like he was being crushed in a pressure machine, and if it weren't for wearing the armor, he could have been in a bad position. When he saw the light again and knew that he had been expelled, he moved at a speed imperceptible to the human eye and hit the man hard. Marshall stood up, feeling the burning and pain in his stomach, thinking he had almost burst from a blow. How did you survive? Marshall asked angrily. What do you care about that? Issei said, annoyed with the man. Marshall became more upset, but he didn't allow himself to lose his composure. Now he knows that Issei is more dangerous than he seems. Now I'm going to go with everything, brat. You better be prepared to die, said Marshall, releasing more power, and his darkness covered his limbs. I'm always prepared to die, Issei said, beginning to release power from his body. Teach's companions were watching everything in surprise, since they did not expect the boy to survive one of the leader's strongest attacks. But more than that, what was that new armor? Marshall began to create a sphere of darkness which grew larger and larger, sucking in everything that was near him. While Issei now decided to go all out, covering himself in black fire that surprised the dark magician. That fire, brat, who the hell are you? Marshall asked seriously. I already told you, what do you care? Issei said, releasing more power. Marshall was annoyed by such a response, but decided to finish it all in the next attack. Better die, said Marshall, throwing the huge sphere of darkness at Issei. Dark ball, he said when the sphere approached Issei at high speed while attracting several things, pulverizing them. Issei was no fool and dodged the quick attack to get closer to Marshall. You fell for it, the man said with a sickly smile. Issei was surprised, and the man stretched out his hand in front of the brunette. Kurusu, he said when a small vortex of darkness attracted the brown-haired man to teach, and the man grabbed him by the face, and Issei felt that he lost his strength. My magic not only affects gravity, it also takes away the strength of magicians who eat into contact with me, he said, using his free hand to give the brown-haired man a strong blow. Ugh, Issei felt the powerful punch. He was surprised since his strength was equal to Serorg when he first met him, too strong for a human. Marshall had no mercy on him and hit him several times, eventually lifting him into the air and then crashing him into the ground, creating a crater. Agh, Issei screamed in pain. It was strong, not lethal, but it hurt a lot. Zihaha, this is as far as you go, kid, Marshall said, preparing his next attack. I wish you idiot, said Issei, lighting himself on black fire more powerfully than before. And obviously Marshall got burned by being near Issei. Marshall shouted, moving away while shaking off the black flames. Issei stood up and walked away from Marshall. If he continued like this, he could die, and he didn't want to end this way. So going all in, I tried something I tried before and it went wrong, but now it was necessary. Balance breaker, Issei said when he was covered by the armor. Boost, 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 boost. Boost. At that, the increases began quickly while Issei began to be covered by the black fire. Marshall, after removing the fire, saw Issei and was surprised. What the hell? Does it have re-equipment magic? I asked, upset. Issei's red armor was covered by the black flames, and the more magnifications there were, the stronger the flames became. Marshall began to release all his power. He felt that Issei was already more dangerous than he thought. The chestnut tree continued to grow, so much so that it itself began to be affected by the heat of its flames. It's time, said Issei, sweating profusely under his armor, as the anti-divine qualities of the black flames were superior to the protection that the armor provided to the fire. You will die here, brat. You are too dangerous to be loose, Marshall said, releasing a lot of darkness from his body. Issei barely did anything to him and prepared for his attack. Die. Infinity darkness, Marshall shouted as a torrent of darkness loaded with heavy gravity launched itself at Issei, blocking out the sunlight. The darkness seemed like a great tsunami that wanted to consume him, but Issei didn't even flinch. The chestnut immediately moved so fast that he reached the speed of light, easily crossing the sea of darkness and standing in front of a stunned Teach. Helios Barrage Issei shouted, crashing his burning body against the dark magician. Aowiwa was the scream Marshall gave as he felt a horrible heat cover his body. Issei dragged the dark magician without stopping. He was too fast that the magician felt like he would die just from the impact. How do you withstand the impact of something that goes at the speed of light? In the end, Marshall only screamed in pain and suffering, as the black flames stuck to his body, burning it faster than normal fire. Teach's companions were terrified. Their boss had been defeated by the red-armored brat. Finally, the chestnut came to an abrupt stop, and Teach's battered body flew out, crashing into the remains of several buildings. Marshall moved from side to side. The fire covered much of his body, burning him. Issei undid the armor. He looked tired and his clothes were singed. I watched as Teach screamed in pain, as those flames were very hot and dangerous. At the end, the man stopped moving. In addition to screaming, Issei approached to see, and indeed, the fire was consuming him. Boss, shouted the muscular masked man, approaching to see the condition of his boss, while his partners supported him from afar. Issei was upset. He forgot about those two. The masked man jumped at Issei, preparing a powerful punch charged with magic. Issei recognized this guy's magic. It was high-grade muscle reinforcement. That's why he had enormous strength to easily lift a 2-story house. Issei jumped out of the way, causing the man to hit the ground and create a large crater. He is strong, Issei said, surprised, then dodged several magic bullets from the sniper. The man was upset and looked over to where his leader was, only for his face to turn into horror. Boss, the masked man shouted, watching as his boss's corpse was consumed by the black flames. The man looked at Issei, annoyed. No, furious damn brat, you killed the boss, now I'll kill you, he shouted furiously, launching himself at Issei. The brown-haired boy was annoyed and tired. He wanted to finish this quickly since he used a lot of energy. He still wasn't used to using Ether Nano in a huge way. He used Balance Breaker again, deciding to end it all and entering tower mode, making the armor more robust. The man threw a powerful punch, but the brown-haired man easily stopped it, and using the piston of his left arm caused severe internal damage to the masked man. Ugh, the masked man shouted, feeling as if the bones in his hand were being destroyed. But Issei didn't stop and counterattacked, receiving the magic bullets as if it were nothing. Take this, Issei shouted, throwing a powerful right hook at the man's face, who tried to cover himself with his left forearm, only for the blow to destroy his arm like a twig. Hey, I scream as I feel the bones in my forearm being broken. Issei attacked again. With his left arm he launched a powerful blow, taking advantage of the fact that the man was distracted by his pain. The blow hit the subject's face, and then the piston delivered several quick blows that increased the damage. The subject could not even scream as he felt his brain being violently moved inside his skull, and it did not take long for instant death to come. The large body fell hard to the ground, never moving again. The sniper was scared. He would have to get out of there quickly. Issei saw him. He was running as fast as his legs could carry him, but it would be useless. The brown-haired boy entered bishop mode, summoning a huge cannon from his left arm just like against Chow Chow, and aimed at the guy who was running fast. The man ran scared, wanting to get away from there and find some hiding place for the moment. Damn it, you bucking brat, I'll kill Burgess and Mr. Teach, the man cursed under his breath as he continued to run. Dragon Blaster, Issei said, and a powerful shot of draconic energy was directed at the subject. The man saw this and simply stepped aside, thinking that the trajectory of the shot was going in a straight line. Finish him, Issei shouted when the energy sphere turned its trajectory straight to the subject who was frozen. Shit was the last thing he said before being hit. Boom. A loud explosion occurred after the impact. The man did not survive Issei's attack. The brown-haired boy undid his armor, sighing tiredly. Shit, these magicians are really strong, said Issei, feeling tired from exhaustion. Honestly, compared to the magician from that town, Teach turned out to be more powerful. He could manage to defeat several guys he knows and give Chow Chow problems. But he couldn't against others he knows. that happened to him because of being overconfident more than anything. Because if he had used the Cardinal Crimson, he could have eliminated Teach in one go. I underestimated the wizards of this world too much, he said, sitting on some rubble and looking at the sky. I sincerely hoped to find some survivors, but it seems they killed everyone, or so he thought. He looked into the distance, with his enhanced vision, at a group of people on a hill in the distance, all looking scared. At least they're okay, Issei said, sighing in relief. He should leave from there, because in the end he doesn't think he will be well received after what happened, so he got up and started walking. At least he has the money, the map and the magic book with him, although now he will have to walk since he left the magic vehicle to that man along with his few belongings. So the chestnut tree walked away before people came to see what happened. He didn't want to draw any more attention, enough with the town he helped days ago. And so, Issei walked away quickly from the place, since the villagers wanted to stop him after getting over their previous fear, since they wanted to talk to him. But Issei ignored the screams calling him. He just ran away from there, leaving behind some surprised townspeople who only wanted to thank him for stopping the dark magicians. Hours later. Well, it's time to go, said Issei, coming out from the bushes when he saw a group of soldiers led by a man who was with the guy to whom he gave his vehicle, passing by the road. You should have stayed to see what happened, said Drake. And then they interrogate me for killing dark magicians? No, not a chance, said Issei, summarizing his path to go to the city of Onibus. Well, yes, the police can be annoying sometimes, said Drake. Anyway, I better get to that city right away. I need to buy new belongings and something to eat, Issei said tiredly. And so his journey continued after a battle that made one thing clear to him: the wizards of this world were not something to be taken lightly. Chapter 4. Hours later. Onibus City. Until I finally arrive, and before nightfall, said Issei, seeing that it was still afternoon, but he knew that night would soon come. The chestnut tree walked through the streets of the city, seeing how there were fewer people because night was already coming. The first thing was to find a place to stay. Although I need to get money, he said, seeing that he barely had 20,000 jewels and needed to buy many things. He walked in search of a pawn shop, where he would sell the last gold coins he had with him. When he found a pawn shop, he went in to try his luck. I came in seeing many interesting producers, but I didn't come to buy, I came to sell gold. Good afternoon, young man, greeted the shopkeeper, who was a short, elderly gentleman sitting on a high chair. He wore glasses and was bald on the top of his head, but he had gray hair around it. Good afternoon, sir. Do you happen to buy gold? Issei asked as the gentleman raised an eyebrow. Yes, I buy gold. Why, do you have gold to sell me? The man asked, and Issei agreed. The brown-haired boy took out of the bag he was carrying about 10 gold coins that looked old. The gentleman was very surprised by the design of the coins. Come on, young man, let me see those gold coins, said the man, taking out a monocle from which Issei detected magic. The man looked through the coins, becoming more and more surprised as he looked at them. Then I looked at Issei. Tell me, boy, where did you get these coins? The man asked seriously. Well, you see, I come from outside Fiori. The thing is that on the way here I got lost, and in the middle of a forest I found some ancient ruins. Curiosity got the better of me and I went in. It was full of traps, and at the end in a room I found an old trunk where there were like 20 of these coins. I sold 10 in a town north of Fiori, and these are the last ones I have, said Issei, telling the lie he told the first man to whom I have sold the gold coins. You're so lucky, kid. These gold coins are not only 100% pure, they're also at least 500 years old. This is so they can be in a museum and not sold, but since they are really valuable, let's do something about it. I'll give you a sum of money, and you sell them to me. What do you think? Said the man, smiling. Well, okay, Issei said calmly. Well, at the end it turned out well, said Issei, counting a wad of bills of how many he had. The man paid 200,000 for each coin, now having 1,000,000 jewel, plus he gave him a few more things, unimportant things that he could sell to someone else. Well, let's look for a hotel to plan my next move tomorrow, said Issei, walking in search of a hotel that has rooms at this time. The next day. Issei was in the hotel room. He paid for 2 days, and so he didn't go out for a walk because he was already bored of that. What will I do now? He asked himself, lying there staring at the ceiling of the room. He literally didn't know what to do. Well, go practice magic, idiot. Make the most of all the time you have, said Dragon Issei sighed, taking out the Black Book of God Slayer magic. Well, you're right, although I honestly don't know why I do it. After all, I'm going back home and the Ether Nano doesn't exist there, said Issei. But it's thanks to this book that you designed to learn about magic, because if not you would never learn beyond that little flame from a lighter, said Drake, making Issei sigh, because in the end he was right. Whatever, I'll go somewhere far away so as not to harm anyone, Issei said as he left the room. The brown-haired boy went out to look for an alley away from people, and when he found it he created a teleportation circle to go to a place he found on his way to this site. Somewhere in Fiori. Issei appeared in a deserted, rocky place. It was a scene worthy of an old Western-style movie. Mountains of reddish-brown rock, some cacti, and he could see animal bones lying around. How did you find this site? By traveling, obviously. Well, I have to learn to control this magic. It turned out to be something very strong, said Issei, lighting his hands in black flames. If you manage to control them, they could be just like mine in terms of not turning off, Drake commented. You think? Issei asked, interested in that. Well, I'm not sure, but it could happen, Drake said, and Issei understood. Anyway, I'll be here for a few hours and then I'll return to the city, said the brown-haired boy, to start practicing. What did his practice consist of? Simple, using the flames to carry out attacks of any kind. It was more to see how long he could withstand using it, since by not completely mastering said magic it hurts him. Although he can heal himself, it does not take away the burning of the flames. One of the trainings consisted of meditating, just like when he learned to input his consciousness into the boosted gear. But he used the flames covering his body. The only disadvantage was that he had to do it naked, since his clothes would burn from using the fire for a long time. The good thing is that he would raise a cloth that covered about 10 meters away from him so as not to burn them, because he still felt ashamed of being naked in the open air even though the place was deserted. He closed his eyes, while the black fire covered his body. From another perspective, whoever saw him would think he was burning to death, but that was not the case. The brown-haired boy concentrated, feeling the flames, feeling the energy that ran through his body. He concentrated hard, ignoring his surroundings. His only thought was more black flames, as hot as lava, so hot that they turned everything to ash. His expression was one of peace, one of complete concentration. And then he opened his eyes. Huh! Issei was confused. He looked at his surroundings. Everything black, Drake? He asked, but his voice echoed around, an echo that resonated until it was lost in the distance. I looked at his body. It was white. I could only see his hands. I was confused and somewhat afraid. What is this place? He asked nervously. I look everywhere, infinite darkness. But then, huge pillars of black fire rose up, frightening him. A dark purple light shone dimly between those flames. Within seconds he was surrounded by a huge wall of black fire with a strange purple glow. The heat was unbearable. He felt like he could die of dehydration or worse, be incinerated. What is this place? He asked himself, now scared, seeing that he could die. When something caught his attention, looking in front of him. He felt an ugly chill run through his being. He felt cold sweat and his legs were failing him. No, they failed him, because he fell to the ground, scared to death. There among the dark flames, as dark as the purest abyss and with a spectral purple glow, a pair of golden eyes watched him with terrifying attention. They were cold eyes that didn't denote anything, they just observed him, reminding him of childhood fears about monsters that watch you from the darkness. Those eyes looked at him closely, as if they were looking directly into his soul, as if they were traveling over every inch of his being, analyzing him. I was scared. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what his intentions were, but I did know that it was the most dangerous thing I had ever faced. There was no murderous intent, no hint of hostility, as his mere presence made it clear that this was not something to be taken as a simple game. Her throat went dry. She wanted to cry. It was one of those moments where she thought dying would be a good option. Suddenly, the flames came closer to him, closing the circle around him. He couldn't move. He felt the heat getting closer and closer. and when he felt the heat so strong that he felt like he was going to vaporize. A great scream came from his mouth, and the flames on his body erupted with the fury of a volcano. A wave of heat about 50 meters high surrounded him like a dome and burned everything in its path, reducing cacti to ash, molten rocks, and vaporizing all the clothes he was carrying. The ground in that distance was red, but he didn't feel it. He was busy breathing heavily as he felt his heart beat faster than ever. Issei, what the hell happened? You lost consciousness for half an hour, Drake shouted in an altered state, suddenly losing communication with his partner, as if his mind or soul was not there. Drake, what happened? Issei asked, trying to calm down, but he started to hyperventilate. First calm down or you're going to have an anxiety attack, said Drake as Issei almost did and began to inhale and then exhale, starting to calm down. Are you calm now? He asked. Something, Issei said, calming his pulse. Listen, I don't know what happened, but I do know that suddenly it was like your conscience or soul left your body. I lost all communication with you. It's like something intervened, said Drake, not knowing how to explain what happened, since it was the first time it had happened to him. I did the same thing I did to get into the boosted gear. I concentrated a lot, but then when I opened my eyes again I was in a dark place. I could barely see my hands and my body was nowhere to be seen. After that very hot black flames appeared, and then that appeared, said Issei, trembling as he remembered those yellow eyes. That? What do you mean? Drake asked, intrigued by what his friend said. I don't know. 2 yellow eyes appeared between the flames looking at me. I don't know what it was, and it's better this way. I felt more scared than when I saw Trihexa face to face, more scared than when I died for the first time. That feeling was horrible. I think I could even have nightmares about that thing, said Issei, holding his head while trembling. Drake was surprised. He didn't know what his friend saw, but he was worrying. Hey, you better calm down and forget about it. You'll have to finish reading that magic book to see if you find an explanation for what you saw. For now you better go back to the hotel to change, because you ended up burning your clothes when you woke up, said Drake as Issei looked around in surprise at what he saw. Did I do that? Issei asked, seeing what he caused when he woke up. Yes, apparently if you continue like this you could become very powerful, Drake commented, knowing that this fire was more than just burning things to a vaporizing point. The brown-haired boy sighed, stood up, and seeing himself naked he sighed. He decided to use a magic circle straight to his hotel room. First he would change, and then he would leave so as not to raise suspicions. But if there was one thing I was sure of, it was that I wouldn't forget what happened for a long time. 3 days later, Issei decided to leave on a bus to go somewhere else, since while in the city he heard something very interesting. About a wizard guild located in a town called Magnolia, about 2 towns away from here. There are many things said about this guild, from that they are disastrous to that they cause destruction wherever they go, but if there was one thing they all agreed on, it was that they were the strongest guild in Fiori. Honestly, that caught his attention, because if they were strong, they had capable magicians and they might help him with something related to his GS God Slayer magic, since for 3 days he has had short nightmares with those eyes from last time. Well, I already have my ticket. Now it's time to wait for the train that goes to Magnolia, said Issei, sitting on a bench at the station. Do you think it's a good idea to join a guild? Drake asked. It will be something temporary. Besides, some advice about magic wouldn't hurt, said Issei, as he wasn't sure when he would return to his world, but it wouldn't hurt to learn from experienced magicians. 10 minutes later the train arrived, heading to Magnolia. Of course, it had to pass through 2 other cities before reaching that place. He gave his ticket and boarded one of the carriages. He walked around looking for his seat number, found it, and took his place. Fortunately, he was on the window's side, but a red color caught his attention. I looked where I saw that color, and I was surprised. On the seat on the left side of the car sat a beautiful girl with long straight red hair, brown eyes, and wearing an armor breastplate covering the top, which had a yellow cross over a red symbol that he couldn't quite make out, shoulder pads, arm guards, vambraces, and gauntlets, along with a mid-thigh blue skirt. He noticed her figure beneath the armor and could deduce that she had large breasts, and that her build was that of a strong girl, reminding Zenobia, who was the one with the most athletic figure of all her fiancés. She was looking out the window with a calm expression. Issei stared at her stupidly for what seemed like minutes, but he shook his head and looked away, lest he make her uncomfortable and make her upset later. After that he started looking out the window since he would have a long trip to Magnolia. Hours later. The trip was relatively calm, but as time passed he started thinking about what the hell he could do to better understand the use of his magic without having to run into those terrifying yellow eyes. Sometimes he saw the redhead who did not leave her initial position. She seemed very deep in her thoughts. In her eyes she was a very beautiful girl, too much. Until Drake screwed him over by telling him he had a fetish for redheads, which made him embarrassed since he couldn't say anything to contradict his friend. Leaving that aside, he now walked through the streets of the city of Magnolia, a beautiful place in his opinion, people walking quietly through life doing their things. Well, let's find that blessed guild, said the brown-haired boy, setting off for that famous place. And so Issei arrived at Magnolia, home of the most unruly and famous guild of all, a place where everyone treats each other like family, and despite their differences, they are united. Issei's adventure in this world is just about to begin. Chapter 5. Moments later. Issei's path was somewhat long, as he spent his time looking everywhere, although at the end, after asking for directions, he arrived at the guild. What a beautiful building, Issei commented, looking at the guild building that had a big sign saying fairy tale. Wait, do fairies have tails? I have wondered. As far as I know, no, Drake said. It must be something from this world, thought Issei, downplaying it. Whatever, it's time to go in, said the brown-haired boy, going to the door. Issei just opened the door and came across something that threw him off. Literally the whole place was a war zone, as everyone was fighting everyone else. What the hell is going on here? Issei thought, having to move his head to the side when a bottle almost hit him in the head. Now I was doubtful of being here. Hello, do you need something? A melodious voice asked his right, and the brown-haired boy was stunned when he saw it. Wow, he couldn't help but say when he saw the girl next to him. A beautiful albino with blue eyes, fair skin and a voluptuous figure, wearing a long red dress that emphasized her upper body, giving it an elegant touch to the eye, and the kind smile she had given her more points. He restrained himself from looking at her breasts, because he learned that he can't go around doing that, because otherwise he would offend all the girls he meets in the future. Yes, I came to join the guild, Issei said, unsure of what he was saying. Oh, I see. Well, let me help you with that. By the way, I'm Mary Jane Strauss. It's nice to meet you, the albino girl introducing herself, smiling. I might careful, said the brunette, trying to introduce himself, but he had to push Mary Jane away when he saw a table being thrown in his direction. Issei had to have the audacity to grab her by the forearm and pull her towards him, hugging her as the table passed by to crash into the wall. Phew, that was close. Are you okay? Issei asked, seeing the albino in his arms, reacting quickly, letting her go. Sorry about that, he apologized, blushing in embarrassment. Don't worry, and thank you for that. It would have hurt later, she said with a cute smile. Yes, Issei said. Well, come with me so we can perform the respective procedures, said the albino without removing that kind smile. For Issei it was like seeing an angel smile in the middle of hell. She took him to the bar, and the brown-haired boy had to keep anything that flew out from hitting her, as it was more common than usual. Well, first I want to ask you a question. Why do you want to join the guild? Mary Jane asked calmly. If I could give a specific reason, it would be to learn to control my magic better and, well, meet new people, said Issei, because for him the main thing was the first thing he said, and the rest comes with the coexistence he has with people. I see, then, put your name and age on this paper along with your signature so that you can be registered and given your guild mark, said Mary Jane, smiling as she handed the brunette a form sheet and a pencil that she took from a drawer on the bar. The brown-haired boy did as requested and returned the paper and pencil to Mary Jane, who agreed. Well, it's time to put the mark on you that will prove that you belong to our guild. Tell me, where do you want it, and what color? Mary Jane asked, holding a magic seal. Here on the left shoulder, and crimson red, said Issei, lifting the sleeve of his shirt, revealing where he wanted the mark. Mary Jane nodded and approached him to place the mark, which was engraved on Issei's shoulders in a crimson red color like Rias's hair. Done, now with this you are officially a member of the guild. Welcome, Hyoudou-kun, Mary-Jane said with a smile after receiving a new member. Thanks, and you can call me Issei or Issei. That's what my friends do, said the brown-haired boy normally. Okay, Issei-kun, you can call me Mary-Jane or Mira if you like, Mary-Jane said with a kind smile. At that, someone sat down to his right, and the brown-haired boy looked at a pink-haired boy wearing a black vest and white pants, as well as having a white scarf around his neck. The boy looked at him seriously, which confused the brown-haired boy. Is something wrong? Issei asked. The boy approached him and began to sniff him, freaking him out, and before he could say anything the boy looked at him in shock. You smell like a dragon, shouted the pink-haired man, pointing at the brown-haired boy. This shocked and nervous Issei, while Mary-Jane was surprised. I don't know what you're talking about, Issei said, wanting to act crazy. Are you serious about what you say, Natsu? Mary-Jane asked the man now known as Natsu. Yes, my nose doesn't lie. It smells like a dragon, said Natsu as he got very close to Issei. Tell me, do you know a dragon named Igneal? He asked, looking hopeful and somewhat anxious. No, I don't know any dragon with that name, sorry, said Issei, thinking that maybe that dragon was special to the pink-haired boy. That discouraged Natsu, but then he became normal and looked at Issei. And why do you smell like a dragon? Are you a dragon slayer like me? Natsu asked, interested. Huh. Well, I smell like a dragon because I met one. Yes, I met one months ago, and I think that's why I smell like one, since I spent a lot of time with that dragon. Issei lied because he wouldn't tell her that it was a demon dragon from another world. And regarding your other question, no, I'm not a dragon slayer. But I do master a magic called God Slayer, he said, leaving Mary-Jane stunned. Do you really master that magic? Asked Mary-Jane, who knew about the types of lost magic, since Natsu was the possessor of one of these. God Slayer? I haven't heard of that magic, so you're strong? Fight with me, Natsu said, smiling excitedly. Issei didn't know what to do. This boy was too changeable and hyperactive. He had never met people like that before. Hey, human match, leave the new guy alone. You're making him uncomfortable with your nonsense, said to a black-haired boy who was only in pants showing off his athletic body. How did you call me, damn walking refrigerator? Natsu said, annoyed. What did you hear? Fire brain, the black-haired man shouted angrily. Natsu ignored Issei and went to fight the boy, making Issei sigh. Is it always like this? Issei asked. Yes, it's fun, Mary-Jane said, smiling. Issei looked at her and thought that maybe he was wrong for thinking that fights like this were fun. At that point, a blonde girl with brown eyes approached, with a good body, wearing a white sleeveless shirt with a blue cross, a blue skirt that reached mid-thigh, a red belt with keys hanging from one side and a whip on the left side, and black boots that reached almost to her knees. Flying beside her was a small blue cat with wings. Hello, the blonde greeted with a somewhat tired smile. I said, the cat raising his left paw. Hello, Issei greeted. Are you a new member? The blonde asked, interested. It's obvious that you're a brute, Lucy. It's obvious that he's a new member. Look, he has the mark, said the kitten, crossing his paws and shaking his head. The girl Lucy glared at the cat, embarrassed, looking at what the flying kitten said. Yes, I just joined. I'm Issei. Hyoudou Issei introduced himself to the blonde and the kitten. I'm Lucy. Nice to meet you, Hyoudou-kun. And this cat here is Happy. Lucy introduced herself and glared at the cat. Happy said, smiling. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lucy. Happy. You can call me Issei or Issei, since in the end we are now members of the guild, said the brown-haired boy with a calm smile. By the way, Mira, I heard that the teacher is not in, said Lucy, looking at the albino. Issei paid attention to that. In the end, Mary-Jane explained that she went to a meeting that is held every month with the purpose of having the guild masters talk about what has happened in their guilds and things like that, as well as explaining how everything related to the government is organized. Which the author is too lazy to write about, so it is better to read the manga or watch the anime or finally the wiki. Until Natsu came to scare Lucy with the thing about the dark guilds that don't work under the law and basically do illegal things. Issei thought that he should keep quiet about what happened on the way to this place when he killed those magicians in that village, or killed the only 3 members of Yami. At that point Natsu went to fight the black-haired boy named Gray, continuing with the usual ruckus. "They are really noisy," Lucy said. "Yes," said Issei, seeing the disaster while drinking an orange juice that he asked Mary Jane for since she told him she was tending the bar. Then someone came running in with a frightened face. It was a blonde-haired guy dressed like a typical playboy with glasses, gold chains, and outlandish, flashy clothes. "Everyone, Urza is back," the blonde shouted, but those simple words stopped everything ipso facto. It didn't take long for everyone to tidy up and sit down nervously. She even saw Natsu and Gray hug each other with nervous smiles. Look, San, why is everyone like this?" Issei asked. "Well, it's that they're afraid of Urza," Mira commented with a smile. The brunette began to imagine Urza in many possible ways. The ones that came to mind the most were 2. Either she was an overly moody and grumpy woman, or she was some kind of muscular woman who would hit them if they made a fuss. At that, the doors of the guild opened, and there entered the happy Urza holding a huge horn with some golden ornaments. Issei opened his eyes in shock. It was the girl from the train. Urza dropped the huge horn on the floor and looked at everyone. "I'm back, is the boss here?" Urza asked. "He's not here, he went to the regular meeting," Mary Jane told her, and the redhead agreed. The next thing was a masterful scolding from Urza towards everyone present. Even Issei felt scolded. "But what a character," thought Issei, looking at the beautiful redhead. "Is she some kind of disciplinarian or something?" Lucy asked, happy. "No, she's Urza," said the cat, as if it wasn't the most obvious thing. "I think it's obvious that, yes," said Issei, looking at the cat, who shrugged. In the end she asked about Natsu and Gray, since she asked them for help to carry out a mission, since she heard something extremely worrying and that needed to be attended to urgently. Obviously this brought a huge surprise to everyone present except Issei and Lucy. "It can't be Urza, Natsu and Gray, then that means that it could be the most powerful group in Fairy Tail," Mary Jane said, shocked. Issei raised an eyebrow at that and looked at the 3 who were still talking about that mission. In the end they agreed to meet tomorrow, and Urza left, leaving the horn in the middle of the guild. "Well, I'd better start looking for a place to stay now, because if not, I'll end up sleeping on the street," said Issei, paying for what he drank. "I can recommend a good place to you," Lucy said. "I would really appreciate it, because paying for inns or hotels is a problem," said Issei, grateful to the blonde. "By the way, guys, I would like to ask you something before you leave," said Mary Jane. "Forks?" Issei asked, while Lucy paid attention. "You see, it's nice that those 3 are a group, but at the same time it has me worried, so I wanted to know if you could accompany them to act as mediators in case something goes wrong," Mary Jane smiling while cleaning a glass. Well, why not? What do you say?" said the brown-haired boy to ask Lucy, who looked undecided. Well," Lucy said, not sure what she said. "That's great, I appreciate this. This way I'll feel more secure that the 3 of you won't be causing a ruckus," Mary Jane said, smiling happily. "I doubt anything crazy will happen knowing what they are like here," Issei thought with a drop of sweat at the albino's optimism. In the end Lucy and Issei left the guild together, with the blonde guiding him to the place where he could rent a room. "So Issei, where are you from?" Lucy asked, wanting to talk to Issei to make the journey more comfortable. "Well, I'm from a town outside of Fiori. It's called Ko. It's a nice place," the brown-haired boy half lied. "Did you come all the way here?" Lucy asked, surprised. "Yes, well, it wasn't my first choice honestly, because after a long trip without knowing where to go I ended up in Onibus after fighting with some unpleasant guys. That's where I heard about Fairy Tail and interested I came to join," said Issei, since she understood. "And where are you from?" he asked, looking at the blonde, who trembled at the question. "I'm Crocus's," said Lucy, and the brunette felt she was lying but didn't say anything when he saw her uncomfortable expression. "I heard it's a beautiful place," Issei said. "Yes, it is beautiful, and the king lives there," said Lucy. "One question, what are those keys for?" Issei asked, pointing at the keys Lucy was wearing on her belt. "Oh, it's that I'm a spirit magician. I summon them using these keys. For the moment I only have these, but I'm looking to complete the 12 golden keys," Lucy said, smiling. "Interesting magic, summoning spiritual beings," Issei said. And what is your magic like? Lucy asked as she was curious about Issei's magic. Issei simply created black fire in his hand, surprising Lucy. While Lucy said she had seen Natsu's fire magic, but seeing black fire was something else. I honestly don't know how to explain this type of magic, but it seems to have to do with powers related to the divine, perhaps some divinity related to fire and so on. I still have a lot to learn to be able to master this magic, said Issei, turning off his hands. It sounds like it's very complicated, Lucy said. And it is. I'm not the smartest, but I managed to learn quickly. I hope to master this magic since it could be very useful if used well, said Issei, smiling. The two talked for a while longer about their tastes, with the only thing the brown-haired boy could bring up about his tastes that weren't related to his world being that he liked to train to improve, eat cheesecakes, and girls with good feelings, but also those with good bodies. The latter made Lucy cover her breasts, making Issei laugh. Then she told him that she likes literature, stories of romance and heroism, that she would like to have the complete keys of the zodiac and be strong so she can fend for herself. The brown-haired boy found it admirable and interesting, since Lucy spoke of her tastes with great passion and affection, something that is very rarely seen in a girl, or well, a girl from his world, since many prefer to think about their dreams later, since he knows that Lucy is 2 years younger than him. This is it, Lucy said, pointing to a rather pretty 2-story red building. Come, the landlady must be inside, she said as Issei followed her. The brown-haired boy and the blonde girl entered, and upon entering there was a small hall with armchairs and chairs. Following where Lucy had taken him, he went to one of the rooms on the first floor where he knocked on the door, and after a short time a short lady came out, wearing a red dress, who looked at the two of them with those big eyes of hers. What's wrong, Lucy? Asked the woman, looking at the blonde. You see, landlady, he wants to see if he can rent you a room, said Lucy, pointing at the brown-haired man. The woman looked at Issei, inspecting him from top to bottom until he spoke. The rent is 70,000 jewels per month, and you have to give a deposit of 20,000 to have a room, said the woman with big eyes. Okay, Issei said as the woman agreed. Okay, wait for me in the lobby to sign the lease, said the woman, closing her door to go get the contract. The brunette and the blonde who decided to accompany him went to the lobby and sat in one of the armchairs there. It was fast, Issei commented. Yes, that's how I felt the first time, he said, Lucy remembering how she signed the contract a few days ago. Shortly after, the woman returned with some papers in her hand along with a key. The brown-haired man handed her the papers along with a pen so that he could fill out everything required on the papers. Then the brown-haired man took out a wallet where Lucy was stunned to see many $100,000 bills. In the end, Issei paid a month in advance. Well, your room is on the second floor. It's number 25, said the woman, giving the key to Issei. Issei agreed, and together with Lucy they went up. You do have a lot of money, Lucy said with some envy, since she has not been able to get money. Well, I had to sell some things I found along the way. I made a lot of money with that, Issei said, laughing at the end. In the end they arrived, and Issei was surprised that the interior of the place was larger than it appeared, and when he opened the door to his room he saw that it was very spacious and had everything necessary to live. Wow, what a big space, Issei commented as he entered. Excuse me, Lucy said, entering after him. The brown-haired boy checked everything, seeing that it had a good-sized bed, a wardrobe, a table with 3 chairs, an empty shelf, a chest of drawers next to the bed, a smaller table, and an armchair. At the other end of this he noticed the kitchen that had a table with a traditional oven, a fireplace, and finally he entered the door, seeing that it was a spacious bathroom. Okay, that is a good place, said the brown-haired boy, seeing that it was a good place to be. Well, I'll leave you, Issei. I have to get things ready for tomorrow. See you later, neighbor, Lucy said goodbye with a smile. If it's true, see you then, said Issei as the blonde left his room, leaving him alone. Well, to get my things, he said, creating a magic circle from where he began to take out several things that he began to arrange. It took him half an hour to put his things away, and he ended up hungry. A bite before resting isn't bad, he said, ready to leave. He is now part of a popular guild and will have his first mission tomorrow. What will happen? Just hope nothing bad happens. I guess he shouldn't have thought that. Chapter 6. The next day. Magnolia Station. Issei was sitting on one of the benches at the station. He arrived early since, as always, he gets up at dawn to physically train his body using ether nano to help improve it, as it turned out to be better than using Tuki, and it is easier to control. His training took place in the same place where he had that terrifying encounter, being that it was a deserted place, and it was extremely likely that there were people there. He had a hearty breakfast, and at 10 to 6 in the morning he was already at the station waiting for the group. I think I got ahead of myself, thought Issei, sitting eating a sandwich he bought from a vendor outside the station and holding a glass of coffee. Should I tell you the truth, or are we still friends? Said Drake with clear mockery in his voice. You better go to sleep, said Issei. People entered and took their respective train. A guard approached Issei to see if he was okay, but the brown-haired boy said he was waiting for his group and showed his mark, that being more than enough for the guard to understand and wish him luck. He started reading a light novel he found among his things, one he bought but couldn't read because of the missions. With that I killed time until I hear someone coming to him. Issei, good morning, Lucy said, arriving where Issei was. Oh, good morning, Lucy, Issei greeted, putting the light novel in her backpack. I was looking for you and you weren't there, so I thought you had left earlier, and boy was I wrong, she said with a smile, sitting to Issei's right. Yes, well, I usually get up early in the morning to train, so it's part of my biological clock. By the way, do you want someone? Issei asked, offering him another sandwich that was wrapped. Really? Thanks, Lucy said, accepting the sandwich. Come on, here you go, he said, handing her a glass of coffee that she had a lid so it would stay hot. Thanks, really, I barely had breakfast, said Lucy Pups. Her financial problems forced her to tie her stomach. Don't worry, Issei said calmly. The two sat in a comfortable silence, not like they were uncomfortable with anything they said. Oh, there come those two, said Issei, seeing two boys fighting from the station entrance while a flying cat came calmly, somewhat sleepy. Lucy sighed when she saw who it was. It was Natsu and Gray, who were looking upset and saying random but offensive things to each other. Wow, you two really get along, Issei said, drawing the two's attention. Huh? Issei, Lucy? Natsu said, surprised to see them. Does he have a mission too? Gray asked. No, Mira-san told us to come with you since she didn't trust this group you formed, Lucy said. Hello, Happy, Issei welcomed the little kitten who was falling from sleep. Abois, I said Happy after yawning and raising his right paw. Wait. How do you mean we get along? Are you blind? Gray asked, frowning as he remembered what Issei said. I wouldn't get along with this snowman, Natsu said. The two fought again, making Lucy sigh. Yes, they get along well, Issei said with amusement. It's not like that, they both shouted, looking at Issei, who only laughed more. Those who fight love each other, said Issei as the two boys looked at him angrily. Oh, Urza-san, over here, Lucy shouted, waving to someone. Immediately the two boys hugged each other, smiling in fear. Ha ha ha, Issei couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha, how funny, Lucy said, bursting out laughing. She's not here, they both shouted, seeing that Urza had indeed not arrived. Then Natsu and Gray started to complain about why they should help Urza and stuff, while Issei was sitting caressing Happy, who was on his lap eating a tuna sandwich that the brown-haired boy bought him. After a few more minutes, Urza arrived, easily pulling a cart with several suitcases. That's what I call being prepared for anything, said Issei, looking at the mountain of luggage Urza was carrying. Hi, that's right, Urza, Happy said from Issei's lap. Too much luggage, I'd say, Lucy said. I'm sorry for the delay, the redhead apologized, now turning her attention to the blonde and the brown-haired boy. You two, I saw you yesterday at the guild, she said. Issei stood up while putting Happy on his left shoulder. So he did, Lucy. I'm Issei Hyoudou. I just arrived at the guild yesterday. Nice to meet you, Issei introduced himself, bowing a little. And I'm Lucy, I'm a new member, and Mira-san told us to come with you. I'll try not to be a nuisance, Lucy said, bowing. I'm Urza Scarlet. Nice to meet you, said the redhead with a calm smile and looked at Lucy. And I heard about you. They said you defeated a mercenary gorilla. You seem good, she said, smiling. It was Natsu, and I think that rumor is getting very distorted, Lucy said with a drop of sweat. Then Urza saw Issei. Are you sure you want to accompany us as the guild's first unofficial mission? It could be dangerous, Urza said. Yes, don't worry, I don't think it's any different than what I've dealt with before, said the brown-haired boy, remembering Marshall. Okay, now let's go, Urza said. Wait, I'll go on one condition, Natsu said, suddenly getting serious. What are you saying? I'll work for free, said Gray, frightened. What condition? Urza asked calmly. When we get back, you can fight me. I've changed a lot since last time, Natsu said, surprising Gray and Lucy. Issei was busy playing with Happy. Natsu, are you crazy? Gray shouted in shock. Is that bad? Issei asked Happy. Hi, Urza beat Natsu up, said the kitten. Wow, Issei said, paying attention to what Urza would say. Okay, I'm not sure myself, but okay, I accept, Urza said with a calm smile. She is so beautiful, Issei thought, somewhat dazzled by the redhead's smile. You really have a fetish for redheads, said Drake, making Issei embarrassed. Shut up, Issei shouted angrily. In the end, Natsu shouted excitedly while he was literally turned on. Okay, but how anticlimactic, Issei said, looking at the seats to his right, seeing the other 4 members of the group, and even Natsu, who looked like he wanted to vomit. Hey, is this wrong? I have asked. Leave it, it's a disadvantage of his magic. He gets very dizzy when he goes in any type of vehicle, said Gray. Wow, that's bad, said Issei, looking at Natsu with pity. Urza then made him sit next to her, only to give him a powerful blow that knocked him out. Okay, that was unnecessary, Issei said with a drop of sweat when he saw Natsu knocked out. A lot, Lucy said, and then calmed down. By the way, I haven't seen any other magic than Natsu's and Issei's since I arrived at Fairy Tale. What kind of magic is yours, Urza-san? I asked the redhead. You can just call me Urza, said the redhead. Urza's magic is beautiful. Everything is filled with blood in the end, the blood of her enemies, said Happy, surprising Lucy and the brown-haired boy. That's beautiful, for a homicidal madman or some vampire, Issei said with a nervous smile. It's nothing special, Gray's magic is more precious, Urza said. Really? Lucy asked, looking at the black-haired man who snorted and using ice magic created the guild symbol. Wow, how beautiful, she said, surprised. It's just ice magic, Gray said without giving it much importance. Right, what kind of magic do you control, Hyoudou? Urza asked, looking at the brown-haired boy. First, you can call me Issei or Issei for convenience, and answering your question, I am a fire god slayer, Issei said, creating a small flame on his thumb. Lost magic like Natsu's, wow, then you must be very strong, Urza commented. I don't think so, I still have a long way to go to master this magic, said Issei. In the end, Gray asked about the mission since Urza did not give details. In the end, she said that in a bar in Onibus she heard about a group of magicians talking about a certain lullaby, a dangerous magic since it was sealed, which is why she decided to ask for help since one of the members decided to go and release said magic. Wait, I think I know what this is about, Issei said, remembering one of the many books he read. Really? Urza asked. Yes, I read a book about all types of magic and among them those that were considered dangerous. Lullaby is a melody that kills those who hear it, and if it is the same lullaby they talk about, then this is more dangerous than normal, Issei said seriously. This shocked all 3 people present. Damn, we have to find Eisenwald before they do something bad with that magic, Urza said seriously. But where will we find them? Lucy asked. In the city, Urza said. Wait, said Issei, stopping everyone, since they got off the train while ago. And Natsu? He asked, not seeing the pink-haired boy. It can't be, we left him on the train, Lucy shouted, alarmed. And that was when Lucy and Issei saw firsthand the chaos that Urza caused, as she began to say things to the poor station worker that the train would stop, and when that happened she told 2 people who were passing by to notify the Chili Hotel. Anyway, let's get a magic vehicle and go for Natsu, Issei said, starting to walk because he saw a place where they rented such vehicles. Yes, let's hurry up, Urza said. And so the group had to go after the pink-haired boy. The 4 boys plus a flying cat were inside a magical vehicle that was driven by Issei. You should have let me do it, Urza said next to Issei. No, this consumes a lot of magic and this could affect your performance. That's why I'd rather do it myself, said Issei without slowing down, as it took about 15 minutes to get into the vehicle. But doesn't that apply to you too? The redhead asked, arching an eyebrow. Yes, but that doesn't matter now. Look, we're already catching up with the train, said Issei, seeing the train that had stopped. It was when it started to move again that they saw Natsu jump, breaking part of the car. But Natsu and Gray, who was on the roof of the vehicle, collided and fell heavily to the ground. Issei stopped the vehicle, which skidded. Urza and Lucy got out to check on the two. The chestnut also went to see if the two were okay. Hey, you guys are so horrible, you left me forgotten, Natsu complained, looking mainly at Urza, Lucy, Happy and Issei. Sorry, but I thought you had already woken up from the blow you received, said Issei, laughing amused. Don't laugh, the pink-haired boy shouted angrily. We should have let the train take him away, said Gray, annoying Natsu even more. Okay, calm down, forgive me, Natsu, it was my fault that you stayed on the train, Urza apologized while Natsu snorted. At least you're okay, Lucy said. How am I supposed to be okay when some weird guy wanted to fight me out of nowhere? Natsu said, annoyed by what happened to him on the train. Weird guy? Issei asked. Yeah, a weird guy who started insulting our guild, saying that we're flies and stuff. I think he said he belonged to a guild called Eisenwald, I think, Natsu said, somewhat confused at the end. Don't buck with me, Issei said, going to the vehicle. Idiot, Urza shouted, slapping Natsu, who fell to the ground in pain. Ouch, why are you hitting me? The boy complained. And so Urza scolded the boy, making it clear that the one who attacked him was carrying an old-looking flute with a skull on the tip, and Lucy agreed with Issei with what he said before. Come on, get on quickly, we have to go after the train, Issei shouted, already in the driver's seat. Immediately everyone got in, and Issei, without waiting any longer, started the vehicle, causing Natsu to return to his pitiful state. I should drive. If you continue like this, you will end up without energy for the battle, said Urza, who was again next to Issei. No, I'll be fine, Issei said, maintaining the high speed they were going at. Are you really going to be okay? These vehicles drain a lot of energy to move, said Gray. Yes, I already had one and I know how far I can go using maximum speed, Issei said without much annoyance. And so the team moved at high speed in search of the Dark Wizards. Chapter 7. Time after. The group continued on their way, passing through Konugi City Station but only finding the train cars, as those from Eisenwald had damaged the train to move. Issei did not stop in his walk. Unknowingly his magical energy was decreasing from using it non-stop, ignoring Urza, who wanted to help him. They eventually made it to the town of Ashibana, where the train had derailed and they had to close the station, leaving many people outside. Damn, there are so many people, Gray said, trying to get through the crowd. Kia, someone grabbed my butt, Lucy said, alarmed. Issei didn't say anything, he could barely carry Natsu, who was in poor condition to move. They finally made it to the entrance, where station employees were announcing that no one was allowed to pass. Finally Issei said, not being so suffocated among the sea of people. I felt harassed, Lucy said, upset by what happened. At that Urza approached one of the employees. What's going on in there? I asked seriously. Who are you? But he was knocked out by a headbutt from the redhead, who moved on to another employee, and when he didn't respond she headbutted him. Hey, no, stop, Issei shouted, approaching, alarmed by what the redhead was doing. She looked at the brown-haired boy. She was standing in front of a nervous worker who thought he would suffer the same fate as his colleagues. Why are you stopping me? Asked the redhead, looking seriously at the brown-haired boy. Because that's no way to ask things. You're leaving more wounded, said Issei as she looked and had the dignity to blush. I'm sorry, she apologized as Issei sighed as he approached the worker who was trembling. Sir, excuse my partner, she is nervous about the situation. We are fairy tale wizards and we have come to take care of the people inside the station, said Issei, still holding an unconscious Natsu. CLA, sure, come in, said the frightened man. Issei looked at Urza. Did you see how easy it was to explain the situation? Said the brown-haired boy. She just huffed in embarrassment and walked past him into the station. Gray approached in amazement. How the hell did you do that? Gray asked in amazement. Do what? Issei asked, confused. Stop, Urza, Gray said. Huh! I just told him to stop, that's all, Issei said without understanding. Dude, stopping Urza is suicide, Gray said, remembering some times where the boys tried to stop Urza from doing anything, and it went wrong. Whatever, let's not waste time and go in now, said Issei, entering with Natsu in tow. So the black-haired boy, the blonde girl, and the cat went after Issei. Just at the station entrance, on the stairs, were all the kingdom guards that were sent, all unconscious and with cuts. What a disaster, said Urza, who was waiting for her team. These guys really like to draw a lot of attention, Issei said. They are magicians that they faced. It was normal that they lost in this way, said Urza, because it was true, the guards did not have the power to use magic, that was why they were easily defeated. After that they continued on their way, reaching the interior where all the Eisenwald wizards were. We were waiting for you, Fairy Tale said, a subject with a clear evil appearance, and also holding a scythe. You are Emperador, right? Urza asked seriously. As the exchange of words continued, Issei put Natsu on the ground. Shit, he's still unconscious, Issei said, looking at Natsu. He received a deadly combo, the train, the vehicle, and then you happy, said, pointing at Issei at the end. Does Issei count as a vehicle? Lucy asked with a drop of sweat running down her head. Then an annoyed Urza asked them what they were up to, and Emperador, with a mocking smile, flew and landed on one of the station speakers, making it clear what he wanted to do. Ha 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 ha, Emperador laughed. There are hundreds, no, thousands of people outside the station. Maybe if I play the melody loudly the whole city will hear it, he said arrogantly. A crime of mass homicide, Urza shouted angrily. Emperador said that it was the punishment for those who live their lives peacefully without taking into account those who suffer, and that he would punish them with death. Issei had heard enough. Lucy, wait for Natsu to wake up, Issei said with an annoyed expression. Lucy, who was with him watching Natsu wake up, became nervous at such an expression, because she didn't expect someone like Issei to put on such an angry expression. Issei stood up without saying anything. Gray looked at him and was scared. The angry grimace Issei had was worse than Urza's. The chestnut walked past Urza. Hey, wait, you can't, but she stood still, seeing the anger on Issei's face. All the Eisenwald members present saw the brown-haired boy. What's wrong with you, brat? Do you want to act like a hero in this situation? Asked one of the members of that guild mockingly. Look at him, he's upset, said another one, mocking Issei. But only Emperador became serious. Of all those there he was the most aware of things, and Issei's anger did not look like someone to be played with. You, Issei said, looking directly at Emperador, who tightened his grip on his side, do you think you are the judge and executioner? Do you think you have the destiny to choose the death of several people who live their day-to-day fighting to have bread on their tables? Do you think that human life is something to be played with? He asked with an angry expression. What's wrong with this one? Asked one of the members, a fat guy with pointed hair. Yes, are you going to do something about it? Emperador asked seriously. This idiot wants to get beaten up, shouted one of the members, being the guy Natsu fought with before, Kageyama. He put his hand on the ground and a shadow headed towards the chestnut tree at high speed. Issei stood still, not taking it seriously. A hand of darkness emerged from the shadow. It was large and had sharp fingers. Dodge it, Urza shouted. But when the attack was about to touch Issei, the brown-haired boy was covered by black fire that destroyed such an attack. Emperador was frightened by that. He wasn't stupid, he recognized that magic, something that no one in this era was supposed to have. Everyone, attack that guy, Emperador shouted as everyone understood that Issei was dangerous. At that, Natsu stood up recovered, seeing the brown-haired boy on fire. Wow, he's like me, Natsu said, looking at the brown-haired boy. This is not the time for this, we have to fight, Urza said seriously. After that, Emperador left the place, not wanting to face Issei since he had plans for Lullaby. Damn, he's getting away, said Urza, watching as the leader left his companions. Issei didn't say anything, and like a rocket he shot out in a trail of black fire. This left everyone surprised. Well, let's leave that to him, Gray said. Can I handle that guy? Lucy asked, somewhat worried. Yes, you can, Natsu said with an excited smile, as he increasingly wanted to fight Issei. And so the fight inside the station broke out. With Issei. Issei left the station, but it was surrounded by a huge tornado that was upside down, meaning instead of going from bottom to top, it goes from top to bottom XD. What magic, Issei said, seeing the tornado, but that wouldn't stop him. Since there was no one there, he covered his body with the armor and, covering himself with the red aura, he launched himself against the tornado. It was easier, but a bit dizzying since the wind was strong, but he got out, although on the wrong side. Okay, where's that genocidal madman? He asked himself, looking for the bastard with the scythe. I think you should search carefully. If that guy plays that flute, many lives will be lost, said Drake. Look, there is such a dangerous magic. The magicians of this world are really crazy, said Issei. But the ancient gods of our world were like that. Those guys were on another level, said Drake, remembering stories of ancient dragons that became extinct long ago. Issei put those issues aside, and even with the armor he searched for the subject, for that he had to rise higher, and using several increases to his vision he managed to have a vision that made that of a hawk look ridiculous. I look around when in the distance I see the bastard flying at high speed. Now I'll charge you, clown, said Issei, undoing the armor and after covering his hands with fire, making the Iron Man one using his hands as propellants. Well, with this part of the plan is done, said Aragorn, continuing with his journey, because his objective is simple, to act as bait so that one of his companions leaves the station and uses lullaby in a different place. But he had to advance several parts of his plan upon seeing Issei's presence, because of course he knew the God Slayer magic. As someone who knows about magic, taking into account ancient magics that are considered lost is something of his knowledge. In that p.a.m. Ugh, suddenly he felt a powerful blow to his back and was thrown to the ground with a resounding crash. It was Issei who caught up with him quickly. Well, you wind idiot, it's time for you to pray to all your gods, because what you're going to go through will make you want to die, Issei said seriously as he descended where Aragorn impacted. Aragorn stood up in pain, feeling like his spine was almost shattered. I look at Issei seriously. TCH, of all those who had to follow me, you were the one who came, said Aragorn, paying attention. Yes, bad luck for you, because the others would have been more merciful to you, said Issei, looking at Aragorn as if he were trash. Aragorn said no more and attacked Issei with everything, launching powerful currents of wind as sharp as blades. The brown-haired boy moved quickly to the side using a fire explosion to move, while Aragorn didn't wait for anything and launched small whirlwinds of wind that moved quickly. Issei did his thing, dodging the whirlwinds of wind, while throwing fire spheres at the dark magician who was not far behind when he came to dodging or deflecting the fire spheres. The one known as Shinigami thought of something that made him smile. Issei threw more fire spheres, and Aragorn took advantage of that and controlled the wind, causing them to be absorbed by wind tornadoes that fanned the flames, transforming into strong fiery tornadoes that were thrown at Issei. Issei looked at that and simply dodged, but Aragorn blew up the tornadoes, covering Issei in his own flames. Ha ha ha, idiot! That's what you get for being so confident, shouted Aragorn, smiling victoriously. The area where Issei was covered in black fire, and Aragorn watched with amusement as Issei's body shook. But boom! Issei literally exploded, using his flames to push away the ones that affected him, and now he was on fire. Shit, said Aragorn, looking at the annoyed Issei. Enough of these idiotic games, Issei said, preparing to attack. Aragorn, seeing that this was getting dangerous, decided to use his magic again in large quantities, but this time in a better way. The wind began to move violently, and little by little a tornado began to form that grew with each passing second. Issei wasn't scared, he just watched as Aragorn used everything in him to form a miniature natural disaster. Now you're finished, fairy tale fly. Behold my best attack, Aragorn shouted with a hint of madness and euphoria as the tornado became bigger. As a result, things like rocks and cacti that were nearby were swept into the tornado. At the end, the tornado grew to a size of 50 meters and had devastating force, and the only one who was not affected was Aragorn, who laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, now die fairy tale scum, he shouted, causing the tornado to move in Issei's direction. Try the strength of my cumulonimbus, he shouted madly as the tornado advanced at enormous speed against Issei. Issei felt the pulling force. This was indeed a troublesome attack. I've let him play enough, Issei said seriously as he was absorbed by the tornado. Erigor just laughed. He was laughing like crazy. He didn't expect Issei to force him to do this. But this was fun. He already wanted to see how his remains were scattered everywhere while his blood fell like rain. So caught up in his laughter that he didn't look when his tornado began to change. Little by little the whole place became hot, and the tornado began to change color to a more orange one, and then... Foolish. It can't be, Erigor shouted, watching as his tornado turned into fire. The fire tornado was scorching. Being close affected Erigor, who decided to move away. The train tracks melted and the ground turned red. The tornado began to compress into a sphere about 4 meters in diameter, and eventually a figure could be seen in the middle of it. Erigor trembled in fear. What the hell was going on? I didn't expect there to be a fire mage as capable as Issei in the Fairy Tale Guild. Then the sphere dispersed into tongues of fire that revolved around an Issei who had his clothes singing. He was not naked because Kami is big, but it did not look good either. Seeing Issei like that scared Erigor, because it gave him a demonic appearance, plus the green glow in Issei's eyes gave him an even more terrifying appearance. The brown-haired boy controlled the flames and condensed them into a single point. He made a gun with his hand, and at the tip of his index finger a small sphere the size of a marble was formed. It was red in color. Erigor sensed danger, for he knew the amount of fire that was compressed in that miserable sphere. The Shinigami wanted to run, but it was too late. The sphere became a powerful laser beam of fire that cut off Erigor's right arm while cauterizing the wound, and he felt nothing because his nerves were burned. The fiery ray continued on its path, leaving a red-hot line a few meters from where they were. Erigor fell. He held his wound not because of pain, but because he lost his arm. "HAA, my damn arm!" Erigor shouted as he watched his arm fall into the ravine a few meters away. Erigor on the ground turned around looking scared at Issei who was walking towards him. Seeing those green eyes scared him. He was terrified, as he looked at the Grim Reaper coming for him. "No, get away! Get away from me!" Erigor screamed scared as he crawled away from Issei. Issei didn't say anything, he just continued to approach the dark magician. Erigor continued crawling until he ran out of path, remaining at the edge of the ravine. Issei stopped a few meters away from him, looking at him seriously. Erigor looked at Issei in the ravine, so with no other options and not wanting to have to see Issei, he let himself fall off the ravine. Issei just approached watching as the subject fell into the void. "Are you going to let him die?" Drake asked. "What? Of course not, I already left him with the trauma. Besides, death is a very fair thing for someone like him," said Issei, letting himself fall off the cliff. Erigor had his eyes closed. He waited to die. He didn't want to use his magic since it meant that Issei would go for him, so he decided to let himself die rather than face that green-eyed monster. At that moment he felt his leg almost break. He felt a sharp pain as he felt the bones in his left leg come loose. He screamed in pain, opening his eyes in fear when he saw Issei who was holding his leg while 2 dragon wings were on his back. "You've seen too much. Sleep," said Issei, kicking Erigor in the head who fell unconscious. The brown-haired boy simply went up again and flew away to a place near the station, hoping that everyone had gotten out of that whirlpool that Erigor created, although possibly with the guy unconscious it must have already dissipated. Explanation of powers. For this story I will use a stronger DXD, with more power in terms of magic and effects, and the character levels will be raised. The same goes for the effects of Sacred Gears. To give an example, Dimension Lost, as its name indicates, creates separate dimensions that the bearer creates as he pleases and quickly. Let's say that the size of said dimensions is not limited to anything, they can be as large as the bearer wants, as well as giving them the properties he wants to give to said dimensions, of course not to the level of creating pocket universes but planets. It's like Kaguya and her worlds but faster and easier. Other things like magic effects or skills will be increased. The easiest example I'll use will be Drake's flames. burning hell of incandescent flames, which, as it is said, burn everything until nothing is left, and in the process burn the soul of any being, in addition to being inextinguishable and respawning when the affected being is one of those that are reborn from time to time. And well, literally that's what they will do. I mean, not much change, but here in the FIC it will have the consistency that they don't seem to have in the novel, in addition to the fact that any being that is below the level of Ophis and Lilith will not be affected by the effects, but it will cause strong burns. Meaning that if Draeg's flames hit Agnologia they won't kill him, but they will damage him a lot. Besides, in DxD there are all kinds of interesting magic, but by not reading the novel and sticking to the anime, people think not. That's why there's a wiki where they put the magic that exists along with the abilities that each race possesses. Now to the most important thing. The power scale used here, which as you know will be solely and exclusively for this FIC. Also, knowing how they make fics of any fairy tale character guided only by how much damage the magic does as shown in the anime or manga. It is normal for the fics to be so normal but entertaining, which I am going to do from now on because I hate following a fixed power line. So this FIC will be the last one that will follow a power line according to internet debate standards. Top. Great Red. At the top will be Great Red. Let's see. The story they showed in DxD about the strongest dragon that controls dreams, and the damn thing along with his participation with Trihexa about the end of the world when they fight. Along with his design were something surprising to me when I saw him for the first time years ago when I saw Born. Times where I only read fics for fun and watched videos of Goku's phases XD. Here the origin of Great Red dates back to years before the current gods of DxD even existed, and the first fairy tale guild existed alongside the dragon gods. Great Red's power in the DxD world was just speculation, things that others believed when they saw how imposing he was, something they thought already had a fixed limit, without knowing that they did not know the true extent of his power. As described in DxD, his attitude is that of someone who usually goes here and there wandering through the dimensional gap as if it were a road. A subject with a strange delinquent attitude that if you see him ugly, he vaporizes you with a hyper ray. In DxD he never showed his true power, much less in Fairy Tail, since his simple presence and contained power make it clear that he has more power than normal. That's why they think that Trihexa and he are equal when that is not the case, because for Great Red, the beast of the apocalypse is nothing, since he does not even determine it. In short, Great Red's full power, if contained and bored, could easily destroy a planet like Earth. And that's while being contained. Ophis Ouroboros Prime. As with Great Red, the Highschool dragon that took the form of a gothic loli has enormous power, so much so that if she and Great Red fight seriously, not only the dimensional gap would collapse, but also all the dimensions near it along with their respective worlds. Note, this does not mean that they could destroy the universe, but they would damage several sectors of it, but small sectors. His power is infinite, or rather his energy. His power is fixed, and he does not get tired, having unlimited resistance, because basically he represents what it is, infinity in a certain way but not in such an abstract and literal way, but in a certain way. Ophis would be the Satoru Gojo of DxD, but since he finds no threat in DxD, he does not use all of his power, remaining in a weak state. And with respect to wanting to get Big Red out of the breach, it is because he stays there for a long time and makes noise. He is like the annoying neighbor who doesn't shut up, and so I wanted to get him out and have him walk in other dimensions and leave the place in silence. Ophis has an origin as old as GR that is an incomprehensible being for those of DxD who sinned by thinking they knew the limit of the dragon. In her prime she could screw up the world in the same way as GR if she wanted, although with more effort, but in the end the planet would be destroyed and if she really wants to, the dimensions surrounding it would be screwed up. These two would be the top of this FIC, being stronger than any character from both universes, characters that appeared up at the time of these works, but no more than the Evis and gods of FT. The first because they already know what happened to the lizard Juancho Rojo, and the second because they did not appear but therefore they must be more powerful than any FT character. Second place. Ophis/Lilith Finite. Well, here whoever is overconfident losses, and that happened to Ophis when they stole part of her power creating Lilith, leaving her 4 times stronger than the 2 celestial dragons, They could also destroy large planets at the maximum of their powers in addition to still retaining part of their original abilities. But yes, they still have infinite energy. When I refer to infinite energy, it is not spent. This does not affect their power, because in the end it is as if I have 100 mana points. These are infinite, but I could not use an attack of 200 mana points since it is outside the energy range, meaning they will be able to spam attacks of great destructive power that are within their range. Dragon Gods / Agnologia. They are just as strong as the Lolas of Infinity. Each one has the power to screw up Earthland if they want, no matter how trite the work sold it at the time, and well, I can't say much about them other than that they are powerful, a lot. Only that if they use a human form their powers are more limited, but they are still powerful. Third place. Dragon Kings / Heavenly Dragons. Well, here are the Dragon Kings and the Celestial Dragons. Why? I don't even know, but it stays that way for plot reasons. Thinking about this alone, as much as they want to sell me the story that Igneal was the only one capable of facing Agnologia, it doesn't convince me, because for me Agnologia was playing with him since at that point the Dragon of the Apocalypse was far above his level. It was like seeing Madara walk around in the Alliance, and the Kages, I mean. No brother, but in the same way after analyzing well the few fights that Drake has had, it is like seeing nothing, simply the same as with Igneal. That's why it's better to leave them like that, since they painted a lot, and in the end they were nothing more than less than they promised. Of course, the strength of these guys will be such that it would be like seeing the surprising thing about Rashi destroying the moon in Dragon Ball. That is, they could destroy a moon of a considerably large size. Special positions. Well, here will be some special posts to make clear about DXD in this FIC. Shiva. This would be on the same level as a planetary destroyer, meaning he could easily destroy the planet if he wanted to and no one could stop him. Ultimate class. Ultimate class beings such as Surzex could destroy large countries with their powers, with the red-haired Siscon having the most destructive power among them. And yes, the power of destruction will be more screwed here, but even more screwed will be Shiva's destructive power, being worth as a hex that is more powerful than the user himself. Now let's get to a very serious fact, and it is my general opinion on everything I just wrote. Honestly, I feel a bit dejected for wanting to maintain a stable power level between FT and DXD. Before this started, before even knowing about the World of Power debate, I was only guided by the little I knew, saying that while in Fix, well, you did what you wanted, since in the end it is to entertain. I don't know when I fell into this, but honestly it's very overwhelming when you try to write a story, and that's despite the fact that most DXD stories are centered on the same DXD universe. Of course, there are those who go too far and make Issei beat Bills. Don't ask how that happened, but it did happen in a FIC that doesn't exist today, I think. But anyway, from now on the following fics that are crossovers, I will focus solely on knowing how to carry the story, leaving everything as the same, and that's it. No power scales, no planet level and light speed, no parody Saitama, no Naruto, various universes of fiction just because it is the favorite of many. No unjustified hate towards characters that can be taken with a different approach. None of that, because honestly it's today and that's boring, so I'd rather just focus on getting the story right, and that's it, so you're warned. Chapter 8. Shortly after. Ashibana City. "Hey, are you still alive?" asked one of the kingdom's army guards, nervously looking at Issei, who had just left the battered Erigar on the ground. "Yes, he's still alive," was the only thing Issei said. The brown-haired boy arrived with a new change of clothes on, which he had just in case in his storage dimension. He didn't want to end up naked because of his fire. "Eyes," he said, the guard causing his colleagues to take Erigor and arrest him. Issei then looked where the station was, seeing that the wall of wind was still standing. He hoped it would disappear, but in the end it didn't. First he went to look for the magic vehicle, which he found easily since people even left their suitcases lying around. With that he moved to the vicinity of the station. "What do I do now?" he asked himself, searching for an answer. Said answer came in the form of a beautiful pink-haired girl in a maid outfit who came out digging a hole. Issei stood still looking at the woman, and she looked at him with those eyes that seemed emotionless. Then, one by one, everyone on the team came out, with Lucy being the last one, where the pink-haired girl held her skirt down so that it wouldn't rise up in the gust of wind, although she let her skirt rise up, revealing her white panties. Issei, what happened to Emperador? Natsu asked. I defeated him. I gave him to the royal guard, Issei said. Awesome, Lucy said. By the way, who is the lady? Issei asked, referring to the pink-haired maid who kept staring at him insistently. It's Virgo, a star spirit, said Lucy. I see, said Issei, looking at the pink-haired girl who was staring at him intently. There's no time for this, we have to move quickly, Urza shouted, approaching the magical vehicle to take the driver's place. What's wrong? Issei asked, sitting next to the redhead, somewhat tired. We have to move to Clover. One of the Eisenwald members went to play the flute melody where the guild master's meeting is taking place, Urza said seriously. But what sons of Ugh, we have to go fast, said Issei, because Emperador finally distracted him by going in the opposite direction. So everyone got into the vehicle and Urza drove off straight away. Issei, are you okay? Lucy asked, sticking her head out from the side. I'm just tired, Issei said. That's why I told you to let me drive, Urza said without taking her eyes off the road. You should train your control over the ether nano better, you use too much of it and that's why you spend it too quickly, said Drake in a scolding manner. And so the trip to Clover was eventful. Time after Clover. The group quickly moved towards the furthest area from the city. Issei already felt better, since the magical wear and tear was worse than when he started as a demon. They followed a dirt road until they saw a magical vehicle parked outside a place where there was a large building. They all quickly went down, and went to look for the Wizard of Eisenwald who had brought the flute. When they arrived they saw Kageyama standing in front of a very short man with a hat similar to that of a jester who looked seriously at the trembling magician of Eisenwald. No, Master, Urza shouted. We have to stop that idiot, Natsu shouted. Wait a moment, said a male voice with an effeminate tone. Near them approached a short, robust and bald man, wearing a tutu with wings on his back. He had a smile on his face. Everyone stopped, with Issei being confused. The best part is about to begin, saying the smiling man, and then looked at the only 3 boys in the group. Wow, you guys are really cute, he said, making the 3 of them shiver. Not even Miltan was like that, thought Issei, remembering his muscular friend who wants to be a Mahou Xiaojiu. Come on, hurry up, said the old dwarf, looking seriously at Kageyama. And oh, everyone shouted except Issei, who was confused. Just keep quiet, this could be interesting, said to a man who looked like a thug with his spiked hat and other things that gave him a metal touch. In the end, nothing serious happened, as the old man managed to stop Kageyama with just words, who fell exhausted when he understood that in the end nothing would change even if he played lullaby. At least it's over now, said Issei, already calm. Yes, that's good, Lucy said at her side. Natsu, Urza, Gray and happily went to the old man who was the master of fairy tale, Makarov Dreyer, all happy that this was over. At that, Makarov saw Issei next to Lucy and decided to approach. Hello, son, are you a new member of the guild Mirachan told me about? Makarov asked kindly. Yes, my name is Issei Hyoudou. Nice to meet you, Issei introduced himself, stretching out his hand for Makarov to reach. I see. I am Makarov Dreyer, the guild master. It's a pleasure to meet you, son, Makarov said, smiling. The pleasure is mine, Issei said calmly. And it would have all ended there, if it hadn't been for something. You wizards don't have what it takes. I've had enough. I'll take care of devouring your souls myself, said a deep and monstrous voice that came from where the flute was lying, and from the flute came a black smoke that began to rise, taking shape. With a demon, what was missing, Issei said, annoyed. In the smoke, a huge monster of about 20 meters was formed that seemed to be made of a tree and gave off a dark aura. Now let me devour your miserable souls, said the monster, scaring almost everyone. A demon from the Book of Zerif, said Quattro Cerberus Master, Goldmine. This is certainly a very bad thing, said Blue Pegasus's master, Bob. How can a demon come out of a flute? Asked a scared Lucy, clinging to Issei's arm, who was looking at the creature. That demon is Lullaby himself, that is, living magic that Zerif himself created, said Goldmine seriously. Wait a minute, when do they say Zerif is the same as in ancient times? Gray asked, surprised. Who is this Zerif? Issei asked, as he doesn't remember reading about him in the magic library. Zerif was the cruelest dark wizard in the entire history of magic, said Bob. I never imagined that his legacy still existed, he said, looking at the monster. Whatever, we have to do something right now, Issei said without taking his eyes off the monster. Now, which soul should I start with? Said Lullaby, and then smiled in a creepy way. I know, I'll devour them all at once, she shouted, charging a powerful ray of dark ether nano in her mouth and firing it at everyone. Lucy screamed, scared, as Issei grabbed her by the waist and jumped to the side to get her away, while Urza, Natsu, and Gray themselves launched to attack. Urza using her Skywheel armor, taking a sword to move quickly and give a powerful slash to one of Lullaby's legs, who was distracted. Natsu took advantage of that and climbed up like a monkey on one of the demon's sides, and when he reached his face he kicked him with his leg on fire. That angered Lullaby, who fired several shots that missed Natsu but were about to hit the masters who came out to see, and Gray with his ice make created an ice shield and then counterattacked with ice spears that took a good chunk out of the demon's abdomen. Everyone was stunned by this. They didn't expect Fairy Tail to have such great mages. Alright, my turn, Issei said seriously. Balance breaker, he shouted, drawing everyone's attention. A green glow covered Issei. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. A mechanical voice was heard coming from the glow, and then the red armor with green gems was seen. Boosted Gear Scale Mail, it sounded again. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. He also has re-equipment magic, Goldmine said in surprise. Issei didn't wait for anything and began to charge boosts as the black fire began to cover him. Boost, 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 boost. Several increases were given. Issei would not let that thing live any longer and would make sure to kill it completely. Black fire covered the armor, causing those near him to move away. He knows Fire God Slayer magic, Makarov shouted in amazement. Issei ran at an enormous speed, falling under the demon. The three magicians looked at Issei in surprise. They didn't expect him to keep such a secret with him. Lullaby with a cost was able to see Issei and was scared to see black fire. It can't be God Killer, Lullaby said with effort. Issei jumped and hit him with a powerful punch that raised him several meters in the air, and then he descended. Issei manipulated the flames, making them spin at high speeds, concentrating all the power, and suddenly raising his arms to the sky when a powerful whirlwind of black flames swirled against the demon. Something like that, but with black flames. Amaterasu Tatsumaki, the brown-haired boy, shouted as the torrent of black fire completely covered the tree demon. And oh, Lullaby screamed, feeling the scorching heat of the black flames. Everyone saw how the fire tornado rose several meters, and the demon was quickly consumed by such an attack. It was seconds where the embracing attack vaporized the demon until nothing was left, not even the ashes or magic particles, nothing remained. After that, Issei stopped, and the fire tornado stopped little by little. At last, said Issei, still in armor, kneeling and panting tiredly. Everyone was silent. No one believed what they saw, although they were impressed by what the Fairy Tail Wizard Trio did. What Issei did was even more surprising. Why, yes, Lucy shouted happily that everything was over while hugging Issei out of excitement, and that was the signal for everyone to start shouting happily that Lullaby had been destroyed. But what cool armor, lend it to me, said Natsu, surrounding Issei, looking at his armor. If I could I would, but I can't, say Issei, sitting on the ground undoing the armor. Hey! Come on, don't be selfish, I'll give it back to you quickly, Natsu said. Don't bother, Gray said, angering Natsu. Did someone make that armor? Urza asked, interested. Something like that, Issei said calmly. At that point, everyone approached to congratulate them for their performance, and in the end Makarov felt great knowing that he has great magicians in his guild. Although he looked at Issei in detail, he would have a talk with him. Tell me, boy, where did you learn god-killing magic? Asked Goldmine, causing everyone to fall silent. I'm curious too, said Bob. Well, I met a man in the town where I came from. He taught me the basics before he passed away. According to him, he was a very powerful magician from another continent, Issei lied. From another continent? Makarov asked. Yes, the man's name was Harry Potter, a great wizard, said Issei, wanting not to laugh at what he himself said since it seemed stupid to him. Wow, he must have been a very strong and wise person, Bob commented. Yes, was the only thing Issei said. Makarov saw the brunette. He knew he was lying, but he won't say anything until he talks to him. Anyway, let's celebrate that they defeated a dangerous demon, Goldmine shouted, smiling. Yes, party, shouted the other teachers. In the end, that's what happened. Everyone had a party while the royal guard came for Kageyama, who simply didn't believe what Issei did. It was an afternoon of celebration for the teachers who wanted an excuse to celebrate. Issei, for his part, did not celebrate. He did eat and drink some juice, but he left from there and was sitting on a rock somewhat far from the building. I was thinking about why it happened again. He became violent, and if it weren't for Aragorn jumping off the cliff, I would have killed him without mercy. What's happening to me? Issei whispered, looking at his hands. I would have to find an explanation for this, or it could get worse. Are you okay? Asked Lucy, who arrived where Issei was. Hey? Yes, Issei said calmly. The blonde sat down next to him, because the stone was big and had space. Why aren't you inside celebrating? Issei asked. I could say the same to you, Lucy said with a smile. I didn't feel like it, said Issei, looking at the meadows on the horizon. I can't stand a bunch of drunken old men, Lucy said, sighing at how the teachers acted. At least they didn't get close to Urza. That was great, you did. Do you have more than one magic? She asked curiously. Something like that. It's complicated, Issei said, not wanting to say that he was actually a demon dragon with several abilities. I understand. She was not stupid. She knew that Issei did not want to talk about that, so she decided to change the subject. And what is the place where you come from like? She asked, not knowing what to ask. A quiet place, of course, if you ignore that. Like everywhere there is crime, but mostly a quiet place, Issei said, sighing. Do you miss home? Lucy asked, seeing his expression. Yes, I know it's been a little over 3 months since I left, but I miss him, Issei said with some sadness. And what forced you to leave your home? She asked, because something must have happened. Well, some wizards attacked. I fought them and well, in the end I was the reason why they went to the village, so I had to escape until things calmed down. The brown-haired boy lied, because it was because of a xenophobic god that ended up there. Wow, that must be tough, Lucy said. And do you miss your home? Issei asked. Something, but not much, Lucy said with a sad face. Issei saw that expression. You've been through a lot, haven't you? The brown-haired boy asked. Something like that, but if I compare it to what happened to you, it's kind of silly, Lucy said, since Issei had the audacity to caress the blonde's head, surprising her. You don't have to say that. You may see your problem as something small compared to mine, but it is still a problem in the end, so don't underestimate it, because no matter how small the problem is, it can cause us harm in the long run, said Issei, knowing that the smallest problem could become big as time went by. Lucy didn't know what to say. She just let Issei pet her head. Hey, we're leaving, Natsu shouted from afar. Issei and Lucy saw it, and they also saw Gray carrying the teacher, who was clearly showing signs of intoxication. Well, let's go, Issei said, standing up. Yes, I want to go home and take a good shower, said Lucy. I need one too. I sweated a lot, Issei said, sighing. And so the blonde and the brown-haired boy went to where the rest of the group was, to go to Fairy Tale after fulfilling a mission as big as this one. Chapter 9. Days later. In the middle of nowhere. Several days have passed since the Eisenwald incident, during which time Natsu had been bothering Issei a lot to fight with him, but the brown-haired boy rejected him since he did not want to fight with anyone. Obviously, what he did spread like wildfire throughout the guild, first because of the fact that he is a possessor of the GS Magic God Slayer for short, which was just as rare as Natsu's, who was a DS Dragon Slayer for short, in addition to possessing an armor that in Natsu's mouth was great. That only increased further when Urza praised him regarding his performance in the mission, and that, being that, Issei only sighed, but he knew that sooner or later that attention would go away. And there was also a party to celebrate Issei becoming a member. It was crazy, since Issei left everyone quiet when he beat Kana at drinking time and without looking dizzy. Now, Issei, as he has been accustomed to, got up early and used a magic circle to that arid plain in the middle of nowhere. That's where they trained so as not to raise suspicions. I look at the place from that time, where he saw that thing that gave him nightmares for a couple of days. It was dark, the sun had not yet risen, indicating that it was very early in the morning. After sighing, he began to take off his clothes. Remaining naked, he put the clothes away in his storage dimension and then sat in a meditation position. He wanted to know what it was, even if it scared him, since he probably had something to do with his angry outbursts when he fought criminals. He closed his eyes and concentrated. I have concentrated, wanting to go to that place, that scary place. And when a cold sensation hit him, he opened his eyes, seeing that he was in that dark place again. This time not only his arms were visible, but also part of his chest, although the rest seemed to be missing. Well, what could this place be? He said to no one in particular, only the echo could be heard in the distance. He stood up and began to walk carefully. The place was infinite, or at least that's how he felt. Everything was dark, but strangely he could see the ground, a ground that wasn't there before. The floor was black and shiny, as well as having a glassy appearance, possibly obsidian, since that was the only thing that came to his mind. He felt the cold of the ground, even though his feet were ethereal. He walked forward, in a straight line, without stopping and looking everywhere with the fear that some creature would come out of the darkness and jump on him to kill him. Shit, I knew those internet horror stories could become true one day. Now I'm in some kind of backroom, Issei said nervously and coldly. He doesn't know how far he walked and how long it took, only that he didn't stop. He was lost, but stopping wasn't worth it now. I never look back. Whenever someone does that in these types of situations, something bad could happen. He finally stopped when something in the distance caught his attention, possibly several meters away but still distinguishable despite its size. A dark flame that strangely emitted a purple glow. It was noticeably elevated on something. I couldn't see well since the only thing I saw besides the flame was pure darkness. I walk wanting to get closer to that flame. Possibly it is something good or something like that, like those series I used to watch. When he approached where the flame was, he saw an enormous tower. It was enormous, so much so that the steps were lost in the darkness at the top, but there he could see the flame, rising up to those who know how many meters, but it was a lot. He was about to climb up when a huge barrier of dark flames appeared, blocking his way. Shit, Issei shouted, almost burning himself from the sudden surge of flames. The flames descended and disappeared. Instead, a few meters away, Issei saw it again, and was scared. In the distance, I look at those two golden eyes that looked at him coldly from several meters away. Issei trembled, he felt afraid, his instinct screamed danger. He simply stepped back, but a few steps back he didn't feel the ground and fell on his back. He wanted to scream, but he didn't ask. Fear prevented him. He only saw how those yellow eyes watched him as he fell into a dark abyss. Aya, Issei shouted, opening his eyes suddenly and falling on his back. Mate, are you okay? Drake asked worriedly. Issei was breathing heavily. His heart was beating hard, but unlike the last time when it took him by surprise, he began to calm down, although he was more sweaty than when he trains. At least this time I didn't burst into flames. Are you okay now? Drake asked. Yes, Issei answered, now calm as he got dressed. Did you see the same thing, or did you see something else? Asked the red dragon. Another thing, this time it was different, said Issei, already dressed. What did you see? Drake asked. Issei took out his phone, his AirPods, and then putting them on, he put on a song while he started running. Well, let me tell you, and while he was training he began to tell him about his terrifying experience in that place. Drake listened attentively to everything, and although the dragon was surprised by the change, he was curious about the tower and the dark flame. What do you think that is? Issei asked while doing push-ups with special Grigori weight seals. I have no idea. It's strange to me in that I have seen many things while alive or through what my previous carriers saw, but yes, it is related to this magic that you possess, said Drake, being that Issei had to agree with him. Since the appearance of black flames was more than an obvious sign, I think you should go to that library again to look for information, he gave an idea. Yes, you're right. But it will be later, Issei said, continuing with the push-ups. Drake didn't say anything. It seems that whatever happened there in that place affects Issei a lot. He feels Issei's fear. It was strange since that disappeared a long time ago. But now he feels it, and in a very strong way. The rest was Issei training for 2 hours before 6, following a Tannen-style routine without the inclusion of mini-meteorites that wanted to harm him. Time after. Issei's apartment. The brown-haired boy came out of the bathroom after taking a good shower, leaving with a towel tied around his waist, but he saw that he was not alone in the room. Good morning, Issei greeted Gray, who, in addition to being only in boxers sitting on the armchair that was there, was eating a sweet bread that he bought at a bakery near this place. You have a nice place, he said, looking at the place. What are you doing here? Issei asked, calming down and going to look for the clothes he would wear. Well, I came to look for you and Lucy. Today is the day Natsu and Urza face each other, Gray said calmly, finishing the bread. I see, and how did you get in? Issei asked. The window was open, Gray said, pointing to the window. Get dressed already, said Issei as Gray agreed to put on his clothes. Well, I'll go find Lucy, said Gray as he walked over to the window and climbed out. Issei sighed again, deciding to start getting dressed. What a peculiar guy, Drake commented. They all are, although some are more strangely shaped than others, said Issei, finishing getting dressed. His clothing consists of a red sweatshirt with black parts, with the fairy tale emblem in white on the back, black pants and black sneakers. Something like that, but with the description I gave. This suit is different from the others, because a few days ago he asked the master about a place where they could make special clothing, and he gave him the address of a tailor who makes clothes for wizards, and after several tests it turned out that the fabric with which all his clothing is made can withstand his flames without disintegrating. Of course, he must be careful because if his body is on fire for a long time it could damage the clothes consequently. In addition, this gives logic to why those who use fire magic do not have their clothes set on fire like Natsu, since it is illogical to think that clothes can withstand high temperatures without being damaged. I was ready to leave, locking the window, when Kaya, pervert, Issei heard Lucy scream, who was his neighbor after all. Issei shook his head, assuming he found Gray in nothing but boxers. He locked his apartment and left, just as he was about to knock on Lucy's apartment door when she opened it, followed by Gray, who had a red cheek. Oh, I see. Good morning, Lucy welcomed. Good morning, Lucy, said Issei. Okay, now let's hurry up or everything will start, and we won't be able to see it, said Gray, passing by Lucy, who glared at him. This guy. Look at him coming into my room without permission, and on top of that getting naked, Lucy complained. Gray does have a very strange habit, said Issei. Lucy just snorted and they both left the building following Gray. As they headed to the guild, Issei remembered the talk he had with Makarov the day after returning from Clover. Flashback. Issei had just arrived at the guild to see if he could take a quick mission and thus get some money since he was running out. He was called by Mary Jane, who told him that the master asked him to go to his office. Issei was confused but had some idea, so after asking the beautiful albino for directions, he went to Makarov's office. The chestnut arrived at the place, knocked on the door, and heard the old man tell him to come in. Do you need something from my master? Issei asked. Yes, sit down, son, I'd like to chat with you, said Makarov, offering the seat in front of the old man's desk. Issei went and sat down. Makarov stared at him and sighed. Tell me, son, where are you really from? Makarov asked. Issei remained silent. Does he know that he lied? Well, he could attribute it to the fact that at his age the old man knew when someone was lying. I already told you, master, I'm from a town outside of Fiori, said Issei, hoping the old man would swallow the lie. Which one? Makarov asked. Issei thought for a few seconds before giving an answer. Answer, said the brown-haired boy, remembering an old map in one of the books in the magic library. Do you know that answer was destroyed 50 years ago? Said Makarov as Issei opened his eyes. You didn't know that. Listen, son, I know that everyone can have their secrets, and that's okay. Not everyone is ready to tell who they really are. Besides, I see that you are not a bad boy. So I would like you to at least tell me what is the reason that you came to this guild, he said, being understanding, as he would not force Issei to tell him everything he is hiding. Issei looked at the old man. He doesn't look like a bad person. He also showed that when he saw how those from fairy tale treated him like a grandfather or father in some cases, making it clear what a good person he is. What do you say, Drake? Should I tell him? Issei asked his partner. Not everything for now, just tell him some things, said Drake, because at least then he wouldn't be lying completely. Issei looked at Makarov, who was expectantly waiting for his answer. Well, you see, first of all, my name is real, but regarding me coming from outside the kingdom, that is a lie. I come from another world, said Issei as Makarov showed surprise on his face. Another world? The old man asked in surprise. He was not unaware of such a possibility, because the world hides many things. Yes, you see, where I come from is a very different place from this one, both in time and technology. It is totally different, and so Issei began to better explain what his world was like. Makarov listened attentively, clearly surprised and somewhat fascinated by what he heard. A world very different from this one in both social and political structure, something curious and intriguing for the old fairy tale master. But leaving normal matters aside, there is also a hidden side for normal people, this being the supernatural side, magic and mystical beings. All of that coexisting in a hidden side for normal people, said Issei, stopping a little since here he does not know how to continue. And you are part of that world, right? Asked Makarov. Yes, Issei said. I see, and how did you end up here in this world? Makarov asked. Vera, just like anywhere else, there are problems, just as on the normal side there are wars, crimes and other normal things. The supernatural side is not exempt from this and also suffers from this type of problems. I am part of a group in charge of stopping terrorists who attempt not only with the lives of supernatural beings, also with destroying the human world. This time the person was a xenophobic subject basically. He thought that only those of his same lineage were the only trustworthy ones and that the rest were simple plagues that see humans without magic as worthless subjects, although it is true that there are those who think like that. The majority of the new generation does not, because the beings of the supernatural began an era where living with humans was normal, not like in the past. But in the end that did not fit in his head and he created a group with powerful subjects. But in the end when we managed to defeat him, in a cowardly act he used a powerful spell that took me out of my world and threw me into this one, said Issei, being that Makarov was surprised. So young and involved in problems of that kind, said Makarov, since he knows that taking care of matters like that is for older people, even though the members of his guild do all kinds of jobs. Issei's was something more organized to the point of being a soldier more than anything else. And how did you end up involved in all that? I have asked, wanting to know. Issei grimaced as he remembered how it happened. Would you believe me if a woman is the reason why I ended up getting into all that? Issei asked, confusing the old man. How so? I asked, confused. Vera, do you remember my armor? Issei asked, and Makarov agreed. Well, let's say it's very special. So much so that it upset the wrong people, and in the end I was killed by a woman who said I would be a problem in her future plans, he revealed, leaving the old man in shock. Did you die? Makarov asked in disbelief. After all, Issei was there before him. Yes, but I survived, or well, they revived me, and from there I got involved in that whole supernatural thing, said Issei, although he wouldn't tell her that it was actually a hexy redhead who turned him half demon, nor that once he was almost killed and a third time he was killed to then have the body he has. Makarov leaned back in his seat. This was surprising to him. How did you die? Makarov asked. Honestly, it was in a sad and pathetic way. They pierced my stomach with a spear of light and left me bleeding in the middle of a park, and all after a date that I planned with so much enthusiasm, said Issei, smiling bitterly, because that still hurts his heart despite having already left behind the fear that Rainier left in him. Makarov was surprised. Issei's sad smile implied that this caused him some kind of trauma. Oh, son, I'm sorry to remind you of something like that, said Makarov. Don't worry, I got over it a long time ago, although it is somewhat painful due to the sentimental issue more than anything, said Issei, smiling calmly. Regarding the armor, Makarov said, wanting to change the subject. Oh yes, well, this armor, as I told you, is special. It gives me great power and the ability to increase it until my body can take it, said Issei, surprising the old man. Wow, whoever made that must have done a good job, Makarov said. Something like that, Issei said. And regarding GS magic, Makarov said. I learned it from this book, Issei said, taking the book out of a magic circle, Makarov being a little surprised by that. That's some useful magic you have, Makarov said. Yes, it's a basic spatial magic spell to create a storage space and thus have things at hand, said Issei, although it took him a long time to learn it since even the children of the underworld knew it from an early age. Wow, that's really versatile in many ways, said Makarov, and where did you find that book? Asked the old man, looking at the black book with a clear ancient appearance. In a place called the Magic Library, Issei said, surprising the old man. Really? I asked, as it was difficult to find that place full of knowledge from bygone eras. Yes, with the armor I flew to that place and spent 3 months learning the basics of this world, said Issei, and Makarov agreed. Okay, and I imagine that being a member of the guild is something temporary, said Makarov. Yes, well, I don't think my companions will leave me forgotten, said Issei, because he knows that they will be looking for a way to bring him. I see. Well, son, that would be all then. I know you probably hid many details, but I won't force you to tell them. I can only tell you to enjoy your stay in the guild and get along with everyone. When your friends come to pick you up to take you home, you can go without any problems, said Makarov with a smile. I appreciate your understanding, master. While I'm here, I will try not to do anything crazy that dishonors the guild, said Issei, bowing a little as the old man smiled. Hee, I know you won't, say Makarov, and from what we talked about here, don't worry, I won't say anything about this to anyone, said the old man. I appreciate it, Issei said. You don't have to. I thank you for having that trust in me even though we've known each other for less than a day, said the old man, smiling. Issei smiled. This man was nice, like his grandfather. Oh, by the way, I would like to ask you, and then he asked him about the problem of his magic burning his clothes, and Makarov gave him a solution. Issei smiled. Master has been very kind in helping him these days. The three of them arrived at the guild, or outside of it, where the fight between Urza and Natsu would take place. They sure have quite a show going on, Issei said, approaching Lucy close to him. How do you think this will end? Lucy asked the brown-haired boy. I honestly don't know, and although I know that Natsu is a strong boy, according to what everyone says about Urza, I don't think he'll win, or maybe he will, said Issei, shrugging his shoulders. How ambiguous, Lucy said. They eventually made their way to the front, and Issei saw Kana crouching near a sign that said betting, and both Urza and Natsu had a good number of people supporting them. Hey, I see, don't you want to bet? Kana asked, smiling when she saw the brown-haired boy, because ever since he beat her at drinking, she started to like the brown-haired boy. A strange way to get along, but it can happen. I don't know, I'm not good at these things, Issei said hesitantly. Come on, it will be fun. If you manage to guess the winner, you can take home a nice sum, said Kana, smiling. Are you really betting on this? Lucy asked. That's right, Kana. She's always looking for a way to make money to drink, said Gray, even though Kana looked at him badly. Don't say that, these are totally fair bets, said Kana. Who did you bet on? Issei asked, arching an eyebrow. That doesn't matter now, Kana said, trying to amuse the topic. But Issei kept looking at her while arching an eyebrow. Well, it was Urza. Are you happy? She shouted without any shame. Understandable, Issei said, nodding, as it was better to play it safe. So you're going to bet? Kana asked. No, Issei said as she pouted. In the end, both Natsu and Urza were facing each other, with Urza being serious and wearing an armor of a predominant crimson-red color along with orange and black parts, consisting of 3 parts, a revealing breastplate with dragon wings attached, orange gauntlets, and dragon claw-shaped greaves. In addition to the redhead's hair being tied in a pair of high, long pigtails. Wow, she does look beautiful, said Issei without any shame, because that appearance on Urza fascinated him. Of course the armor from Lullaby's time suited her better, but that was only for him to know. No one said anything, as they were focused on the fight. And so it began, Natsu launching himself against the redhead, who dodged him and counterattacked by launching attacks with the claws of his gauntlets, but Natsu dodged. The combat was of a good level, but in the eyes of Issei, who remembers the almost imperceptible movements of a certain golden-armored demon, this was a walk in the park, since it was obvious that they were focused on not causing damage beyond the circle of the FT members. But in that clap, a clap made everyone stop, and making their way through the crowd a non-human individual passed by. He was a kind of frogman wearing robes and a hat. To Kappa? Issei said, confused. I don't think that's it, Lucy said, but the strange being's appearance was strange. Okay, nobody moves, I have a message from the council, he said calmly. Everyone was upset, even though it was a big deal back then. What could have happened now? Issei asked. No one in particular. With charges of property damage and 11 other crimes in the Eisenwald terrorist act the other day, Hyoudou Issei is under arrest right now, told the frogman, leaving everyone stunned. Who, me? Issei said, surprised while pointing at himself. What? Everyone present shouted at such an accusation. And so some members of the royal guard approached to put handcuffs on Issei that suppress magic power, and took him to a magical vehicle with bars on the back. Nobody could believe what was happening. Everything was calm, and it is only now that this explodes, taking away the only one who did things without causing destruction. While Issei inside the vehicle was still, he was still stunned. He couldn't believe it. What the hell just happened? Was the question that was most on his mind at that moment. And so the chestnut tree was captured. Chapter 10. The next day. Council, Fiori Branch. The council building located in Fiori, a large place located on the southern outskirts of Crocus, in a rocky area but with some vegetation such as trees and grass surrounding the area where the building is. The building itself is extravagant, with one part floating over another. The question. Issei was taken there, and if the short political classes his mother-in-law gave him told him anything, it was that possibly what they did to him was to make him a scapegoat for what happened. Although he could have been any member of the guild, he doesn't understand why the hell they took him as said subject. Anyway, he was still handcuffed, while at his side was the amphibian being that reminded him of a kappa. Issei was calm, since he can't be put in jail for something stupid like this. How I hate politics, thought Issei, sighing, although he knows that in the future he will end up to his neck with his brother-in-law's idea of making him the first Mao with the title of Satan. He pushed those thoughts away for the moment, and stared straight ahead, first trying to start a conversation with the frog, but he didn't say anything, so he let it be. Walking down a hallway that leads straight to the courtroom, the brown-haired man saw a woman with blue hair and a tribal tattoo next to her right eye leaning against a pillage. She was attractive. Her hair was long but somewhat disheveled, that gave her the appearance of a bad girl, as well as fair skin and dark blue eyes, dressed elegantly in a black cape that covers her clothes, and Issei noticed how endowed she was in the chest area despite being almost imperceptible by the jacket she was wearing. Sorry for not having a better image, I'm open to suggestions for Femme Jalau's appearance. She looked at Issei, analyzing him, being that look was not at all to Issei's liking. She knows that kind of looks, and it was not at all pleasant. She approached, and the brown-haired boy stopped, watching her. So, you're the boy who left Emperador in a sorry state, the woman said, looking at Issei with a small smile. And you are? Issei asked carefully. That doesn't matter now, but let me tell you, you impress me. Emperador was left with more mental trauma than physical. I don't know what you did to him, but I'm surprised by his condition, she said with a smile. Issei looked at her. He thought she was crazy to praise him for something like that. Anyway, we'll see each other later, and don't worry about whatever happens there. It's just formalities that these old folks do so they don't have to take the blame, said the woman with a smile. I know, I'm just a scapegoat, Issei said without showing much reaction. Wow, it seems you're not only cute, but also somewhat intelligent, she said with an amused smile, and Issei didn't know whether to feel flattered or insulted, but he let her be anyway. You don't have to worry, Hyoudou Issei, she said before disappearing like a mirage, making it clear that it wasn't real. What an interesting magic, Issei commented, as it reminded him of those holographic projections that can be made using magic circles, but this one was more different, and even better, I might say. In the end, he continued on his way until he entered the audience room. There he looked at all the members of the council. but because of what he did little they were not there physically but rather projections of them by that magic that he tried to learn in some way. I look at the members as well as other staff who would be in charge of writing and carrying out the case, seeing the woman from before who smiled at him, and next to her was a beautiful woman with black hair and brown eyes wearing a sleeveless pink kimono that clung to her figure. Well, the trial session of the wizard Hyoudou Issei of Fairy Tale is admitted, said the frog as everyone started and Issei sighed. Pam pam. The council president, a big old man with an overgrown mustache wearing extravagant clothes, began to speak. Accused Hyoudou Issei, regarding the terrorism case carried out by the Eisenwald Guild, you are accused of the following, said the old man taking a paper. You are suspected of melting the railroad tracks near Ryushika, in addition to causing damage to several buildings adjacent to the station, and coinciding with multiple witnesses of having seen a red armor that we were informed is in your possession, he said, being that Issei sighed. Because of all that, only one thing is true. In addition to leaving Emperador the Shinigami in a more than pitiful state, Issei was confused by that. How do you plead? I have asked. Guilty of everything. And I also add that although I acted somewhat carelessly, it was to save the lives of all the masters of the most important guilds who were at their meetings, said Issei calmly, although everyone expected him to remain silent, but not for him to. I answered that way. At least those political classes with that Bale woman have been of some use, said Drake, although Issei didn't react, but he silenced him. We take that into account, that you, along with a group of magicians from the same guild, acted before everything became an irremediable situation that would cause considerable human losses. But that does not mean that the material damage caused is overlooked, said the president of the council. I understand that, Your Honor. That's why I'm more than happy to accept any kind of punishment you want to inflict on me, Issei said calmly. This made the blue-haired girl smile and the brunette look at him analytically with a certain hint of interest. And on the part of the other members, they were impressed by the level of calm that Issei showed in addition to the way he expressed himself, since there were few young people who acted in such a way before the court. Well, as punishment for such infractions you will be sentenced to spend some time in prison, told the man finishing the job. But the chestnut tree was not moved. Now, young man, let us move on to something that is no longer part of the trial, the man said seriously. Issei looked at him. What was happening now? Days ago, in a town north of the kingdom, we were notified of the death of a group of criminal magicians who were terrorizing the town for many years. Among the dead members and the only 2 survivors, there was a criminal who was classified as rank A 10 years ago called Kuro the Perdition. All the dead presented the bodies, except for part of their faces, completely charred, began to dictate the president of the council, making the brown-haired man tense. Days later, in a town west of Onibus City, which was totally destroyed by the members of the small dark guild Yami, the corpses of the 3 members were found in the rubble. With the dark magician Martial Teach, the darkness reduced to a charred remains of what he was told to see. Issei, who held the gaze with the old man and said situations they witnessed, a young man who perfectly matches his description. Being that also one of the townspeople claimed to see a red armor with green gems lit in black fire ending the life of Martial Teach. What can you tell us about this? I asked. All the council members were calm, since they already knew that information. They just didn't make it public until they found out who did it. Yes, I did. Will I be reprimanded for that too? Issei asked, knowing that sooner or later that he would come to light. Indeed, since he acted without taking into account the impertinent legal rules or failing that being a member of any of the legal guilds of Fiori, but because he said criminals were extremely dangerous, plus Martial Teach, he will be acquitted of said charges, said the president, being that Issei sighed in relief. Well, with this the session concludes. You can take the accused to prison, said the old man who was about to leave, but Issei stopped him. Your Honor, I would like to say something before you all leave, said Issei, which made the council members look at him. What's wrong, boy? Asked the president, more relaxed. It's about what happened in those villages. I wouldn't like anyone from Fairy Tale to know about it. I don't know how they would react to knowing that I was the one who killed those guys like that, said Issei as the old man he looked at him curiously. No problem. After all, nobody has to find out who killed 2 dangerous individuals, said the president. But why? I have asked. It's because I know that in Fairy Tale there is no one other than the master who is willing to take such a measure to finish off extremely dangerous subjects, and I don't want to be seen as some kind of unscrupulous and sadistic murderer, said the brunette, lowering his gaze a little. Because he knows that in the guild everyone is calm people who would not be capable of killing another human being, and even more so if it is in the way he did. This surprised the counselors, well, almost all of them, but they understood, because even they have gone to that extent to keep the peace. I understand, but I'm surprised, kid, because not everyone who makes that decision usually stays calm and doesn't go crazy, said the president. Yes, and thank you for that, Issei said, bowing. The old man just nodded and then disappeared, as little by little the councilman left the place. Issei was taken by a guard to the prison, not seeing that he was being watched intently by the only two women in the council. He, that's interesting, thought the blue-haired girl, smiling and disappearing. The brunette looked closely at Issei before disappearing as well. And so Issei's trial ended. The next day. Crocus. But what a beautiful city, said Issei, standing at the entrance of the capital of the kingdom, and where the king of Fiori lives. A few hours ago he left his confinement. Using a magic circle he contacted a surprised Makarov who asked about him, but calmed down upon hearing that he would be released the next day and that he would return to the guild once he walked a bit around Crocus, the old man wishing him a good journey and that he enjoyed his visit to the capital. Well, it's time to go sightseeing, said the brown-haired boy as he entered the great capital of the kingdom. It was a nice thing to see a city like this, as it made you feel like you were part of some kind of medieval adventure with elements that were closer to your time. He bought several cakes to take to the guild, and since they could be kept warm in his dimensional space, he was less worried about taking them cold. He went from store to store buying things, spending about 500,000 jewels on everything, and he took the opportunity to sell the things that the old man from the pawn shop gave him, getting another 1.5 million, since apparently some things turned out to be more valuable than they seemed. Now he was walking around the castle, of course, from a normal distance clearly. Lucifer's castle is bigger, but at least this one is pretty, thought the brown-haired boy looking at the design of the castle, because Lucifer's was too gothic for his taste, and sometimes gave off a bad feeling from the outside, but inside it was something else. After that he continued on his way, but when he turned and tried to get away from there he collided with someone, knocking him to the ground. Ouch, complained the voice that was female and young. Issei looked at who he threw. He knew it was a girl, but he couldn't see her face since she was wearing a hood that covered her body. Are you okay? Let me help you, said the brown-haired boy, extending his hand to help the girl. Thank you, she said, taking the brown-haired boy's hand. She stood up and used her hands to brush the dust off her hood. Issei noticed that she was younger than him, possibly Kaniko's age, but he ignored that. I'm sorry about that, the brown-haired boy apologized. No, don't worry, I was very distracted, she said, raising her gaze slightly, and the brunette could notice strands of green hair and the lower part of her face which had fine features. I ended up dumping you anyway, so why don't I treat you to something like an apology? The brown-haired boy suggested. She didn't know whether to accept or not. Well, you're not obligated either. If you're busy, I'll leave you alone, Issei said, not wanting to bother the girl. She looked to the side, seeing a group of guards passing by them as she took Issei's hand, surprising him. I accept the offer, she said, sounding a little rushed. Of course, Issei said, somewhat confused, but he put it aside. There is a crepe stand about 2 blocks from here, he said. Let's go there then, she said, sounding somewhat excited. The brown-haired boy caught the emotion in his voice, so they left, ignoring that they were holding hands. In the end it all came down to Issei going up and down with the girl, avoiding places where royal guards were seen, and the brown-haired boy initially thought the girl was some kind of criminal, but dismissed it when he saw how excited she was to go to any entertainment spot in the city. She looked like a little girl in a candy store, and that's why he thought she wasn't bad. Now it was approaching night. Both were sitting on a park bench, enjoying an ice cream that the brown-haired boy bought for both of them. This is delicious, said the girl, eating her choco mint ice cream. Issei didn't say anything inside. That caught the attention of the girl, who under her hood looked at him confused. Is something wrong, Issei-san? The girl asked, confused. Yes, listen, I had fun spending the afternoon with you, but for a while now I've noticed something very strange, said Issei, even though she was very worried. Tell me, why are you hiding from the Imperial Guard? He asked, staring into her green eyes. She looked at the brunette, sighed, and seeing that there was no one around, she lowered her hood, revealing a beautiful young woman with long green hair and beautiful features. You see, before you think badly of me, it's not what you think. I escaped from the Imperial Guard because if not, they would return me home quickly, she said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Take you home? Issei asked, both surprised and confused. Yes, it's that I am the Princess of Fiori, the girl revealed, causing the brunette to drop her chocolate ice cream to the floor because of what she said. Issei just had his mouth open at such a revelation. He didn't expect this, since he was literally with the princess of a kingdom, and it's not like he's been in front of people equally or more important before, but meeting the princess of the kingdom of Fiori, I sincerely don't expect it. Hyoudou-sama, came a shout from a man who came accompanied by several other guards. Oh my gosh, they found me, told the green-haired girl, seeing who was approaching. There were several soldiers of the kingdom being led by a man of light muscular build wearing a large armor with a helmet with a huge yellow wick that looked like hair. The only thing that could be seen of the man was the lower part of his face and a black beard. Issei snapped out of his stupor as he watched all the royal soldiers approaching. Everyone arrived, looking at Issei seriously. Princess Hyoudou, the king is worried about you since you left again without telling him anything, said the man approaching the girl. Arcadios, I left like that, but I wanted to go out on my own to explore Crocus, without anyone to protect me, the girl told me, lowering her gaze. But that shouldn't happen. You are a very important person. You can't walk around alone. Something could happen to you, Arcadios said seriously. Then he looked at Issei, who was looking at his ice cream, who fell silent. Boy, did you know about this? He asked as Issei looked up. No idea. I even thought she was some criminal who was escaping from the law when I saw how she avoided places where the royal knights were, said Issei, which annoyed the other knights. How can you think that about Princess Hyoudou? Shouted Knight A. You should watch your words, brat, shouted Knight B. Silence, Arcadios said in a commanding voice, silencing all the guards. Then he looked at the brown-haired boy and his clothes, more intently at the logo on his sweatshirt. Are you a fairy tale wizard? I asked, looking at the brown-haired boy. Yes, the brown-haired boy answered. I see. Anyway, thank you for accompanying the princess. I hope it wasn't a bother for you, said Arcadios calmly. Arcadios, Hyoudou complained embarrassedly. No, it wasn't that. In fact, I had a lot of fun. After all, you can't always walk around accompanied by a princess, ha ha ha, said Issei, smiling. Arcadios agreed. Well, if you'll excuse us, we have to escort the princess to the castle. King Toma must be upset about this, said Arcadios, looking at Hyoudou, who sighed. The green-haired girl saw Issei and smiled. Thanks, Issei-san. It was fun while it lasts, said Hyoudou, thanking for the little moment they spent together. No, thank you for accompanying me, although I was surprised to learn that you were the princess of the kingdom, and I think I should refer to you with more respect, said Issei, smiling, and then seeing how all the guards except Arcadios looked at him badly. No, you can keep trying to be like this even if this is the last time we see each other, Hyoudou said, looking somewhat sad. The brunette looked at her. This girl in some ways reminded him of Asia because of the way they had fun going from one side to the other around the city. The brown-haired boy, under everyone's gaze, searched in his pocket, which he connected to his pocket dimension, and after a while he took out a paper with a drawing of an emblem, the emblem of the Gremry house. Take this, if you ever have a wish you can use this to make it, said Issei, passing the paper to the girl, who got confused but took the paper. What kind of paper is this? Hyoudou asked, looking at the emblem. It's something special. Like I said, it fulfills your wishes in a certain way, but it has limits regarding them, said Issei, and she was surprised, although everyone else was too. That must be a very valuable object then, Arcadios commented. Not so much, said Issei, since it is simply a means to make contracts that can be used for other things as well as a teleportation point, and so on. Whatever, just use it when you want to fulfill a wish. But remember, there are limits on what you can ask for, he said as Hyoudou agreed. Of course, I will treasure this gift. Thank you, Issei-san, said Hyoudou, smiling happily. You're welcome. Well, I'll leave you. I hope someday we see each other again. I wish you the best, said Issei, starting to walk away. Yes, see you later, Issei-san, said Hyoudou, smiling and saying goodbye to the brunette. And so Issei left. He would have to return to Fiori immediately to talk to the master about what happened, and see if he could get any missions to do. And so the dragon met the princess, an odd combination given the stories of dragons capturing princesses, but it didn't end badly in the end. Chapter 11. The next day. Magnolia. It was another day and Issei arrived at Magnolia City, walking straight to the guild after leaving the city station. He was calmly listening to music on his AirPods. What was he listening to? Chola head chola, vibrant my heart feels excitement, I'll make a genkidama yes, a good opening of your favorite series. He was calm after spending an afternoon with a beautiful princess, something that could only happen in his world. He arrived in the vicinity of the guild when, taking off his AirPods, he heard a commotion from inside. Opening the doors, I noticed the atmosphere. Hello everyone, he greeted, since everyone saw him. I see you're back, Lucy said, relieved. How did it go, are they? Makarov asked, sitting at a table. Well, I was simply the scapegoat for the damage that was caused at Eisenwald's place, said Issei, as the master acknowledged. By the way, I brought gifts, he said, approaching a table to use his dimensional storage and take out all the things he bought for them. Wow, he knows space magic, said one of the members, Nav being the one who can never decide which mission to take. They are desserts, said another member, Vegeta the dancer. So everyone on the ground floor came over to take what Issei brought. Is it okay for us to have some of this? Lucy asked. Yes, after all I was in Crocus taking advantage of the fact that they took me there, said Issei, downplaying it to take a box and pass it to Lucy. This is for you, he said, smiling at the blonde who upon looking inside saw a small blueberry cake. Thank you, I see, she said, smiling. Now everyone began to take the cakes in an orderly fashion. Thank you, Issei, you're a good boy, said one of the two older ones, Mikhail Konbolt. True, you are a kind person, Wakabamine said, smiling while he had his cigar in his mouth. Issei just smiled, and took out a box to approach where a serious Urza was. Here, it's a strawberry cake I bought there, said Issei, and that lit up Urza's gaze. Really? Urza asked, knowing that Crocus's cakes were of very good quality. And looking at the box, she saw that it was from the most popular bakery in the capital. Thanks for this, I see, she thanked her as she took the box and went to the bar to eat in peace. Issei did the same with Mary-Jane, who received an apple pie. Thank you, Issei-kun, it's kind of you, Mary-Jane said, relaxing from what happened before. You're welcome, said Issei to go to Kana, who had a rum cake that she was enjoying. I see that you loved it, he said, smiling calmly. It seems that you did know how to learn. My greatest pleasure, said the brunette, smiling. Yes, that's why I brought you this, Issei said, taking out a bottle of rum that he bought at a liquor store that looked expensive. Kana was stunned when she saw the bottle. This is Alicia rum, said Kana, knowing about said liquor. I found it on sale, so I brought it to you knowing you would like it, Issei said calmly. Kana hugged him, pressing her breasts against Issei's face, who was surprised. Oh, I see, you really know how to please a girl like me. Thank you, this rum is very expensive, said Kana, smiling happily to get something she always wanted, but because it takes up her savings she has not been able to buy. Don't worry, I feel more than paid right now, Issei said, holding back the urge to smile stupidly as he felt Kana's breasts on his face. The girl let go of him to take the rum and carefully drink a glass, not wanting to drink it all at once because she might not be able to get another one like it. Issei then went to the bar where Mary-Jane had a drink ready for him. Here, Mary-Jane said with a cute smile. Thanks, Mira, said Issei, taking the drink, which was a soda, right? What was the fuss about before? He asked as Urza and Mary-Jane's expressions changed. You see, son, said Makarov, sitting on the bar, something happened recently that is really a very serious matter, and so he began to tell the situation. But the brown-haired boy was surprised, and we hope that Gray can bring them back, he said. But Issei understood. I see, they are really in trouble. What are you going to do? Issei asked, seeing that they got into a big mess because of Natsu's foolishness. For now I just want to know that they are okay, because the mission they took as S-rank leads to it being extremely dangerous, and that is why I am worried, said the guild master, looking worried and tired. What if Gray doesn't come back with them? Issei asked. I'll go drag them back, said to very serious Urza. If there is any fear left when he gets like that, thought Issei, beginning to wish the boys luck well. We just have to wait, said the brown-haired boy, and then looked at the teacher. By the way, teacher, I need to tell you something, he said, and the old man agreed. Well, let's go to my office, said Makarov, jumping down from where he was and starting to walk. The brown-haired man followed the old man, and they arrived again at the gentleman's office, who took his place and looked at the brown-haired man who sat in front of him. So, tell me, son, what do you want to talk about? Makarov asked. It's about what happened at my hearing, Issei said. That's it. Did something more happen than what you said? Makarov asked. In fact, it turns out that in the end the council realized something I did before getting here, said Issei as Makarov became a little more serious. What did you do? Makarov asked, paying attention. Do you happen to know Kuro the Doom and Marshall Teach the Darkness? Issei asked, surprising the master. Yes, in fact I heard from Goldmine, the master of Quattro Cerbero, that both of them were killed by a Makarov immediately realized and looked at Issei surprised. Was it perhaps you? I have asked. Yes, you see, I passed through the town that was under threat from Kuro and his men, since I found out what they were doing, and I don't know what happened to me. I was just angrier than normal. As I told you before, I was in an anti-terrorist group, and as you must understand, we do not talk to highly dangerous criminals. Let's neutralize them at once, knowing how dangerous they are, said Issei, since Makarov understood. He himself has seen the need to kill to protect his loved ones in times of war. I have killed many enemies before who threatened the peace we sought. I have been in fights that left me on the verge of death more than once. But I never felt like I felt when it came to finishing off Kuro's entire gang, because with Teach it was more normal. It's like with Kuro I lost control. I was more violent. The same thing happened with Emperador, he said, lowering his gaze, because he has been meditating on that since not even Drag knows what is happening to him. What happened to Emperador? Makarov asked. Well, knowing that guy was committing a genocidal act for stupid reasons, something inside boiled me, and the only thing I asked for was to finish that guy off. In the end, when I went against him, I left him in such a sorry state that the counselors themselves told me that he was left with severe mental trauma because of it, said Issei as Makarov opened his eyes widely. And what do you feel about it? Makarov asked. The truth, nothing, said Issei, surprising Makarov even more. Well, I'm worried about this situation. Something like this has never happened to me, not even when I lost control, when I believed that I lost an important person to me at the hands of a terrorist. At least then I knew that I felt anger against that guy, but when I killed those guys, I didn't feel anything, neither pleasure, nor hatred, not even pity. I simply went, killed them, and left them to the townspeople as compensation for the damage they caused, he said, still with his gaze downcast. Makarov didn't know what to say. He had never been in a situation like this, nor when he was young did he see people act like this. Even assassins do it either for pleasure or something like that. But Issei told him that when he killed those wanted criminals he didn't feel anything. It was simply something normal, and apparently he was worried. The old man sighed as he got off his chair and approached Issei, using his magic to reach out his hand and place it on the brunette's shoulder, who looked at him, finding a compassionate look at the old man. Listen, son, I'm not going to judge you, much less tell you that you are someone without a heart, since I see that you are one of those guys who has a heart to spare to take care of his own according to your life story. I'm glad to know that you trust me enough to come and tell me your worries. I know that you must be mortified for not feeling anything when it comes to killing an enemy, but I can't give you a clear answer to what's going on with your mind. But I can tell you something. As long as you don't harm innocent people or kill criminals that you see may have a quality, everything is fine. Because I know that in this world there are unscrupulous people who simply like to hurt others regardless of anything. But I also don't support the idea that you go and kill every criminal you come across on the way. But stay calm. I see in you a capable boy, and that has been through things that not many would go through the way you did. I know that you will find an answer to your problems, and once you find the solution, all your worries will disappear, he said. Makarov smiled at the brunette, who felt calmer. So don't worry. Keep enjoying your day today while you search for that answer, he said, smiling. Thank you for listening to me, master. Really thank you, said Issei, smiling. Don't worry, son. Whenever you want to chat, this old man is willing to listen to your problems. Because in the end, here at Fairy Tale, everyone is my family, and the same goes for you. You are now part of my family, said Makarov, smiling fatherly. Issei smiled. Makarov reminded him of his grandfather in some ways, since Juzo was always there for him when he needed him, just like his parents. Now let's go and enjoy what you brought, Makarov said, walking towards the door. Of course, Issei said, following the teacher. He was relaxed for now, but he would have to find an answer to that soon or he wouldn't know what could happen to him later. He was afraid of turning into some kind of monster. Hours later. Evening. Issei's apartment. The brown-haired boy was reading more of that GS magic book, looking for something related to that place and that being that was stalking him from the darkness, but nothing, because it only talked about methods to learn magic in a good way. Although some illegible pages that seemed to be stained with ink were something that strongly caught his attention, but said pages were damaged and nothing could be read, the only thing that was salvageable was the beginning of a word. You have. He doesn't know what phrase or word they wanted to write, but the red ink was distinctive since of all the letters there, only that word was in red, since the rest were completely in black letters. It's useless. I'll never get anywhere like this, and there's still that thing about my sudden change of personality, said Issei, lying on the couch looking at the ceiling. He was honestly hoping to have some answer, just in case some kind of spirit possessed him, and he will take over his body once he returns to his world. In that. Knock, knock, knock. Issei was confused. Who could it be at this hour? He put on a shirt, put the book in his storage space, and went to see who it was, running into a very serious Urza wearing her respective armor. Urza? What's wrong? Issei asked, confused. Hey Issei, you see, I need you to take me to where Natsu and the others are, Urza said seriously but without being rude. Gray didn't come back with them, right? Issei asked, and she agreed. Well, I had nothing to do anyway. If you want, come in and wait for me while I change clothes, he said, passing her, and she entered without further ado. Excuse me was the only thing he said as he entered Issei's apartment. Take a seat while I go change, said Issei, going to the bathroom, taking a change of clothes that he took out of the closet. Urza did as she was told and sat on the couch, looking around the inside of the brunette's apartment, which didn't have much more than what it had, although she could notice some dirty clothes in a basket, as well as a few books on the bookshelf. But when she looked closely, she saw something that caught her attention. So she stood up and approached the bookshelf. There were few books, about 10, some had strange content like one called Dragon Ball Super, another One Piece, and others that I don't know. Because of all of them, one strongly caught his attention. Ica Paradise. He doesn't know why it caught his attention, and he took it and began to look through it, very surprised by the content, and a small blush covered his cheeks as he quickly read the first pages. In that. Okay, I'm ready now, Urza, what's wrong? Issei asked, looking confused at a blushing Urza sitting somewhat stiffly on the couch. Huh? Ahem, no, nothing's wrong, said Urza, calming her embarrassment, being that Issei looked at her strangely for a few seconds and then shrugged her shoulders and downplayed it. If you say so, well, let's go find the others, Issei said. Yes, let's go, said Urza, glancing sideways at the book she was reading so intently seconds ago. Issei noticed his gaze and looked at the bookshelf. Are you interested in anything I have there? Issei asked, looking at Urza, who tensed up and made a scared cat face. What? No, nothing like that, said the redhead, shaking his head somewhat hastily. Issei looked at her very suspiciously. He knows that of the mangas he put there, so that at least the shelf had something. The only embarrassing thing was the Ica that he got from Azazel, who gave him a collection of those erotic novels on his birthday. Without saying anything, he takes out said collection that he keeps in his dimensional space, since if not, the girls would scold him if he knew that Rias and Aquino have a copy that they gave to each of the girls to try to recreate scenes from said novels. I watch as Urza opened her eyes wide, looking at the collection that consisted of about 30 books of different colors. Are you interested? Issei asked. No, of course not, Urza said, looking away but glancing at the collection. If you want, I can lend you the novels. I've already read them and they're good. You can also take the one on the shelf if you want, said Issei without any problem, because it was surprising to him that a girl shows a taste for erotic novels in the same way that she does. Really? Urza asked. Yes, no problem, Issei said calmly and with a smile. Urza didn't say anything and just went to take the collection along with the novel from the shelf, and using her magic she exchanged it for one of the weapons she has in her house. Thank you, Urza, very sorry. As I said, no problem, Now let's go get the boys before they get into more trouble, said Issei, walking to the exit. But Urza's hand holding his forearm stopped him. Is something wrong? He asked, seeing her who had her gaze downcast. Don't tell anyone about this, Urza said with her gaze downcast to raise her gaze, which looked totally dangerous. Issei looked at her calmly. Understood, he said threateningly. Yes, don't worry, no one will know about your taste for ecchi novels, said Issei, smiling, amused at seeing a woman like Urza have those tastes. Urza only felt ashamed, but she let it go and would trust his word for now. At the end they left Issei's apartment and exited the building. Now, are we going by train? Issei asked. I was thinking that you could use your armor and fly us to the island, said Urza, looking at the brown-haired boy. Sure, but I'll have to carry you there, Issei said, hoping she doesn't feel uncomfortable. No problem, Urza said, and Issei agreed. The brown-haired boy summoned the boosted gear armor, turning into night form, which became thinner and had 2 larger thrusters than the first version. Your armor transformed? Urza asked, surprised. This one, yes, was the only thing, Issei answered. And what is he doing like that? Urza asked curiously. It makes me faster, said Issei. How much? Urza asked. I easily break the sound barrier, said Issei, remembering studies that the Grigori did on both him and Vali, although he could go faster if he pushes it to the limit. Wow, that's really fast, Urza said, surprised. Anyway, I recommend you put on a helmet and hold on to me tightly, because I won't stop until we reach the island, said Issei as Urza summoned a clearly medieval-looking helmet. Urza was then carried princess-style without shame. She clung to Issei's neck and he held her well so she wouldn't fall or be uncomfortable. Okay, hold on tight, said Issei, jumping, reaching 100 meters high in seconds, surprising Urza, and I hope you don't get dizzy, he said, to start using augmentations that he sent to the thrusters that changed size and were now even bigger. Urza held on as something told her this journey would be fiercer than she thought. And thush, boom. Issei moved with Urza through the night sky towards the direction Urza pointed, causing a loud boom sound and disappearing in a trail of green light that Magnolia left behind in seconds. Next destination, Galuna Island, the Island of Demons. Chapter 12. 1 hour later. Florence C. Issei had already lowered his flight speed, and Urza was impressed and dizzy, as Issei's speed only increased more while that strange voice said boost. It was a hard trip, but he managed to toughen it. Issei had literally broken the sound barrier, reaching speeds greater than sound thanks to the gradual increases he used on the thrusters. At the end, Issei saw the island from afar, seeing the peculiar crescent shape it had. Where are we going? Issei asked Urza. Look for the nearest village, they might be there, said Urza, still wearing her helmet. Okay, Issei said. The chestnut looked at the island, and on one side he noticed a temple similar to those Aztec ones, in the southern part of the island, and in the northern part of it he noticed a village. He was about to go to it when a loud bang caught his attention. Seeing that he was responsible for said noise, he was surprised to see a giant rat attack Lucy, who looked injured and wet. The rat jumped and was about to crush the blonde if it wasn't for Issei, who appeared and gave him a tremendous kick that sent the rat rolling. Thank goodness I got there in time, or you would have turned into a Lucy hamburger, said Issei, landing and putting Urza on the ground. Issei, Urza the blonde said very happily, only to be terrified by the look Urza gave her. You know why I'm here, right? Urza asked seriously while Issei stood on the sidelines watching where the rat ended up. To take us back? Lucy asked, scared. At that moment Happy arrived and was caught by Urza, who looked seriously at Lucy. Where is Natsu? Urza asked, and that question made Lucy act. At that point the blonde told the situation, because apparently the people here on the islands fell prey to a plan by an old acquaintance of Grey, in addition to the fact that said acquaintance and his group intended to revive a demon that was on this island. But Urza's response left even Issei cold. I'm not interested, Urza said with a totally serious face. Then let us take this job to the end, but Lucy couldn't continue as the edge of a sword was near her neck. Hey, calm down, Issei said, seeing that this was getting dangerous. Shut up, Urza shouted, looking at Issei, who frowned and then looked at Lucy. Work? No, Lucy, You just betrayed the guild and don't think you'll get away with this, she said in a very deadly tone that scared Lucy. Issei couldn't keep watching that, so he approached Urza and grabbed her by the forearm and forced her to lower her sword. What are you doing? Urza asked, annoyed. Leave this. I don't know what's going on with that guild betrayal, but it's not good to point a gun at someone who's unarmed and scared. Don't force me to do something that I might regret later, said Issei, getting violent, while his eyes turned green. Urza held her gaze, but was surprised as she felt Issei's hostility directed towards her, something different than how it normally is. Urza abruptly pulled Issei's hand away and the sword disappeared, to see the frightened Lucy. Let's go to the town was the only thing she said, and Lucy began to follow her. Issei looked at her, then looked at his hand. It happened again, he thought, clenching his fist in annoyance. Hurry up, you two, said Urza without looking at the brown-haired boy. No, Issei said without moving. That stopped Urza and Lucy, as both the blonde and the cat, who had been silent the whole time, were surprised by how he responded to Urza. What did you say? Urza asked, getting more annoyed. I won't go. I'll go look for Natsu. You guys go. I don't feel capable of being calm, said Issei, walking away in the opposite direction to them. Stop this instant, Urza shouted, annoyed by Issei's attitude, but something was felt in that. Issei stopped, but didn't turn to look at her, releasing a strong killing attempt that scared Lucy and almost made Happy faint. At this moment, and because of Urza's attitude towards Lucy, the brown-haired boy was upset, and even more so when she yelled at him for no reason. I said no, said the brunette with a dangerous and somewhat serious tone, looking over her shoulder at the two girls, who instinctively took a step back. Urza looked into those green eyes that exuded more than anger. She also swore she saw the specter of a large being seeing her with red eyes. Lucy, for her part, was terrified. Was he really the same quiet boy she had been interacting with these days? He seemed different. Happy couldn't take it anymore and fainted while being held by Lucy. Issei sighed and walked away without saying anything. He would have to be alone to calm down, or he would make a fatal mistake. In the end, the two saw how he got lost in the undergrowth, while Lucy worried about Issei. Will she be okay? Lucy asked the redhead. I don't know, said Urza, watching where Issei went. She felt afraid of him and that it was not good. Whatever, let's leave him alone, and we go to the town because I have serious things to talk about with you and Gray, she said, returning to her seriousness, making the blonde nervous. Lucy just silently followed the blonde, but she couldn't help but feel worried about the brunette's recent attitude. And speaking of Issei, I have serious problems, said Issei, already far from where he was before and sitting on a large rock. I honestly don't expect to act like that, but Urza's attitude alarmed him a lot, as well as annoying him. The brown-haired boy looked at the moon, which was strangely a purple color. No, it wasn't that. What the hell? Did they put up some kind of barrier over the island? Was what the brown-haired boy said, seeing that not only the moon was purple, but also the outside of it, as if the sky had taken on that hue. He wasn't stupid. It reminded him of the barriers that were raised so that no human could enter when they were doing their jobs. So just to make sure, I took off to see what this was all about. Taking flight with his wings, ignoring the fact that they would be able to see him, he rose to the heights, and that was said and done. A thin layer of magic was over the island. It was not solid since he managed to get through it, but it was purple. He doesn't know what kind of magic it is, but this could result in something bad if those guys Lucy spoke of are responsible. Well, it's time to try something, said Issei, putting his hand over the purple energy. Being that charging energy, he moved his hand away and saw how a thread of reddish energy connected with the layer of purple energy. Yes, it worked, he said, smiling. He descended with the thread in his hand, but before anything else he decided to go to that temple that was possibly the enemy base. Without forgetting the magic, he walked quickly through the forest, arriving at the place in a matter of minutes, running into Natsu, who was lying on the ground. Really? Did he fall asleep in an enemy base? Was what he asked himself, because he didn't expect to see that Natsu was calmly taking a nap in front of the enemy's place. Well, that means that there's no one inside. I'll go check, he said, to enter the temple, leaving Natsu to sleep. Because what awaits him once he runs into Urza will be very strong. I have to apologize to her, he whispered, remembering the way he answered the redhead. because her attitude against Lucy may have bothered him, but speaking to her that way was not right. Leaving that aside, he entered the place, and as he expected he entered in silence and in the dark, but that did not prevent him from seeing, since thanks to his dragon and demon vision he had the ability to see in the dark perfectly, although the green color was uncomfortable. Worse, when suddenly the light was turned on, it was a pain. He began to walk through the corridors of the place, which was large, but he went straight to the lower part, because he felt a strange energy coming from there. I walk carefully, in case some joker appears to attack me, but when I get to the basement of the place I am surprised. Wow, that's really ugly, Issei commented, seeing the demon Deliora trapped in a huge block of ice. Seeing that there was no one there, he approached to see the demon encased in ice. As he approached he felt the cold. It was like permafrost because it did not thaw because it was so frozen. He accidentally touched the ice, because he was impressed by the level of coldness of the ice, but when he did so something happened. Huh! Issei felt a strange pull. It was weird. Dude, send some energy to that block of ice, said Drake, confusing him. What for? Issei asked. Just do it, said Drake, as he wanted to check something. Okay, Issei said to summon the boosted gear, and using a boost he sent it to the huge block of ice. The energy passed like a sonar through the entire block, and then it stopped. The brown-haired boy didn't understand what Drake wanted with this. Yes, my suspicions were correct, said Drake. Okay, what's going on? Issei asked, more confused than anything. Well, friend, let me tell you something surprising. Besides the fact that that demon is dead or about to be, the ice block itself has a peculiar energy signature, Drake began to explain. An energy signature? Issei asked. Yes, to summarize, ice is not ice itself, and a soul is clinging to it, said Drake, leaving Issei stunned. To soul? I asked, surprised. Yes, a soul, and it is the one that binds the ice in this trap for this demon. But in the end it is no longer necessary because the demon, if it is released, will die instantly, said Drake, and the brown-haired boy was surprised. So in the end what they did was useless, because that thing is already dead, said Issei, seeing the imprinted demon. Basically, Drake said. And can that soul be saved? Issei asked. Not by normal methods. But I can do what I did when you died the second time, said Drake, since Issei did not want to remember the pain that Samuel's poison made him go through. Well, could you do it? Issei asked. Yes, but why do you want to do it? Asked Drake. Because I think that the person in charge of imprinting this demon was an impressive person, so it wouldn't hurt to learn something from her. Plus it could help her give great advice, said Issei, as it could be valuable information for the ice magician to improve. Okay, leave the rest to me, but don't take the gauntlet off the ice, said Drake. And so for the next hour the brunette sat with the gauntlet stuck to the ice. Honestly, he couldn't feel his hand anymore because of the cold, but according to Drake he wouldn't suffer from anything bad from having his hand stuck to the ice. The boosted gear's gem was dull as Drake decided to use his soul to enter the ice, causing it to glow a pale green, illuminating the underground room. According to Drake this was nothing to him, since he was with Issei he learned interesting things, and among them was learning how to move souls that were still intact to some place, using the boosted gear as a container for said soul. At the end it all ended as the ice stopped glowing and the BG gem regained its shine. Ready, and you're going to be surprised what kind of person the soul belonged to, said Drake, as the brown-haired boy became interested as he left the place, ignoring that the ice was slowly beginning to melt. It was so slow that he didn't pay attention to it, and Deliora was dead, so he didn't pose a threat. Really? Well, I'll see about this later. For now let's go to the town. I hope Urza didn't kill Lucy, said Issei, sighing to leave the place, ignoring that he forgot two things. 1. He used the dress break spell that pulled the soul out of the ice, and 2. Natsu was still sleeping peacefully on the floor. But he left anyway, because he has to see what happened with Urza and also apologize to her for the outburst of anger he had. He didn't know it, but he had just inadvertently screwed up the plans of a person who came here to see what he could do by using Gray's friend's team to get closer. Chapter 13. Moments later. Issei finally arrived at the outskirts of the village, which had a wooden perimeter wall. I look at the peculiar piles of leaves surrounding the place. He put on a flat face. It seems they wanted to set such pitiful traps so that the enemies would fall. Whatever, he said, shaking his head as he approached the site. Standing at the entrance, away from the fool trap, I scream. Hey Urza, Lucy, Happy, it's me, Issei shouted for them to open the door. Then I look through a crack on one side of the door. Someone peeks out. Who are you? Asked a man with clear distrust. I'm a fairy tale wizard, Issei said, rolling up the sleeve of his sweatshirt, showing the brand. The man closed the crack and the sound of mechanisms began to appear, as the door opened to one side. At that point I noticed who the person who opened the door was. It was a kind of man with demonic features and clearly old age. So you are an ally of the blonde and red-haired girl from a little while ago. Go, I'll take you to where they are and be careful with the traps, said the old demon as Issei acknowledged. After entering the village, the gate closed behind him. Issei looked at the few people who were still awake at this hour, all of whom had a demonic appearance, and looked at him with some distrust. Well, kid, those women are staying in that cabin. Lucky, because the redhead looked upset and said the old man as he walked away. Issei sighed and headed to the cabin. Entering, he looked at Urza, who was sitting cross-legged and had a serious expression. To one side was Lucy, who was tied up and asleep next to an equally tied-up Happy asleep on the blonde's lap. Until you come back, what about Natsu? Urza asked, looking at Issei seriously. Issei opened his eyes widely, having forgotten that bucking detail. It can't be, I left him lying in that temple, said Issei, seeing his mistake. Urza frowned. What did you do? What? The redhead asked, getting annoyed. Yes, I entered the temple to see the situation and I found a damn demon bigger than Lullaby trapped in a block of ice. Natsu was asleep outside the temple, and while busy checking the demon's status I forgot about him, said Issei, sighing at his failure. Really? You had something to do and you didn't do it? Urza asked, annoyed, because in the end he yelled at her and didn't go get Natsu. I know, I screwed up, and I also spoke really badly to you and I apologize for that, but there's nothing to worry about, said Issei, which confused Urza. What do you mean? Urza asked more calmly. In the end that demon is dead, said Issei, surprising the redhead. Is he dead? Urza asked in disbelief. Yes, you see, it seems that the magic used to lock him up ended up killing him. He had been locked up for a long time, so much so that in the end the demon couldn't and ended up dying, or else, he's about to die. Because if they free him it's only a matter of time before he dies for good, said Issei, which surprised Urza. How do you know that? Urza asked. Well, I use my magic as a kind of scanner. I can feel when something is alive or dead, and the demon's vitality was at its lowest point of all, that is, at death's door, Issei answered with a lie. He feels bad about that, but he had to say that since he wouldn't reveal anything about himself, at least not now. So those guys did all that for nothing? Urza said seriously. Yeah, I don't know what they want to do with that, but it's useless when the demon is already dead, Issei said, yawning. Damn, I'm sleepy, he complained. Urza looked at him seriously, as Issei held her gaze, then she sighed. Whatever, rest, tomorrow we will go get Natsu and get out of here, said Urza without giving in. By the way, why are you so aggressive with Lucy and the others? Issei asked, sitting near the wall of the cabin and leaning against it. They broke an important rule. They took an S-rank mission when they are not S-class magicians. That basically made them traitors to the guild, Urza said with total seriousness and clear anger in her voice. Shit, Issei said, now understanding the situation. That's why I was upset, knowing that they broke such a sacred rule. They betrayed us, fairy tale, our family, Urza said with clear annoyance. Issei looked at her. Apparently she loves the guild too much to do that with her companions, especially with Gray and Natsu, who apparently have been there for a while. Issei sighed and stood up, approaching Urza and standing in front of her, looking straight into her eyes. Urza, I understand that you are upset. I could feel that bothered you. The master told me. Fairy tale more than a guild is a family, a place where everyone loves each other despite everything, and I see that myself, because now I am part of it, although I see that you were more affected by Natsu, Happy and Gray than by Lucy. I know that you appreciate them a lot, you love them, And that is why what they did made you so upset, said Issei without looking away from the brown eyes of the girl who was silent. I will not stand in the way of the decision they make. In the end I am a newcomer who has nothing to do with what happened, but yes. Do not hate them, since it is ugly to hate who you want as family, he said, sighing, because he remembers how Kiba left to follow his path as an avenger. That bothered him a lot, since the entourage was supposed to be his family, and he cared little about that, although this was not a similar case. It was sad to know that it was due to a mistake that Natsu possibly made, wanting to do something more than simple missions. They will end up being hated by the girl who loves them like family. Urza looked at Issei. She honestly didn't want to hate them, but it hurt her a lot to know that even under the master's warnings, Natsu felt happy to look for an S-rank mission and did it without taking into account the risks it may entail. She loves them very much. They are like the annoying younger brother who always messes up. But she knows that they screwed up big time by disobeying the master's orders, and they will not come out of this unscathed. So calm down and let the master decide. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be strict with them, because even I know that they screwed up big time, said Issei, sighing to return to his previous place. And forgive me for how I spoke to you. I didn't know what was going on, but it wasn't for you to threaten Lucy with a sword either, he said, looking at her. Yes, but anger took over me there, and I'm still upset. But don't worry, I understand. But don't do it again, Urza said, giving him a death glare at the end, but Issei was calm. Anyway, I'm going to sleep, and by the way, you should stop frowning so much. You're too beautiful to have wrinkles being so young, said Issei, closing his eyes and crossing his legs, as he would see who the soul that Drake extracted from the ice that enclosed Deliora belonged to. Urza only saw Issei. She has already been told that she is beautiful. Even the Sorcerer Weekly had her as one of the most beautiful magicians below Mary Jane. But I do not expect a compliment in this situation. She does not dislike me, but I do unsettle her. I ignore that, and seeing Issei relax quickly, she became sleepy, so she fell asleep sitting in the chair waiting for a new day. Boosted gear inside. Issei opened his eyes inside the BG, seeing the white amphitheater that was previously inhabited by the bearers of the same SG. But since they gave their lives to save him, everything was empty, or so he hoped. Lying on the white ground, covered by a black robe, was a black-haired woman who strangely resembled the woman from the council. She was asleep or unconscious, but she was lying there on the platform where he usually appears. So she's the one who locked up Deliora, Issei said? Indeed, my friend, that woman is the one who apparently used her own body to create said ice coffin to enclose that demon, said Drake's voice echoing in the place. Issei approached the woman, seeing her well she was attractive, but he put those thoughts aside and took her in his arms. According to Drake, he could modify the interior of the BG now that there is no one here, so proving that he imagined a comfortable bed, said bed appearing on the platform, but it was as if it emerged from the platform. So I put the woman there to wait for her to wake up, so she went to sit in the boxes previously filled with previous bearers. Looking where the woman was sleeping. I'm surprised by your ability to move souls, Drake commented. Well, it wasn't difficult. I mean, I managed to move your soul inside the armor when your body was destroyed, or move between sacred gear when I was depressed because of you, so this wasn't a problem, said Drake as Issei sighed. Anyway, what do you plan to do with her? I have asked. Well, for the moment I don't know, but if we manage to return to our world with a chance of returning, then I will ask Valerie to try to revive her using Sephiroth Graal. Then I will bring her back to this world and see if she wants to join Fairy Tail, said Issei. But Drake was surprised. Wow, it seems that stopping thinking about boobs for a while makes you someone intelligent, said Drake. Shut up, Issei said, annoyed by the free insult he was given. Issei looked at the woman, an ice mage who gave her body to lock up a dangerous demon. He doesn't know how powerful Deliora can be, but he thought that she is the same as Lullaby or maybe more. But for that woman to do something drastic like that confinement, it must be dangerous. He sighed, stood up, and went to see where those crystals were. I walk along an empty stretch until I see a kind of wall, opening a white door that was in it. I enter a representation of its energy, seeing the crystals. One black with purple sparkles, one scarlet red, and one that was completely black. The three of them are approximately 20 meters in size each and look like the Final Fantasy crystals, floating on pedestals. They have grown since you started training that magic more the black. because that apparently represents said magic running through your being, said Drake, since Issei understood. And the other two? Issei asked. Ophis and Great Red, the energies you have from them mixed with the ether nano generating those two crystals, and they are impressive energies, Drake commented. And it hasn't affected you? Issei asked. A little, because in the end the ether nano resonates with your soul and the boosted gear is linked to your soul, therefore I am also affected and I honestly feel great, said Drake with clear joy. Wow, ether nano is an impressive energy, the brown-haired boy commented. Don't doubt it, that's why not everyone is born to know how to use it, because being a powerful energy, it is very complicated to handle, since those who are born with the ability to be magicians are those who have the best affinity with said energy, said Drake, impressing the brown-haired boy. That's interesting, Issei said. Anyway, for the moment I doubt that you can access the energy of those two crystals, you are not ready, so I recommend that you train yourself to the limit so that you can control said energies and see how much you increase your power, said Drake as Issei agreed. And I have to. I don't know what things this world hides, but something tells me that there are bigger threats than in our world, said Issei. And don't doubt it, because in the end there are always stronger beings far from what we know, said Drake. At that the chestnut felt a tug. I'm still surprised at how quickly time goes by in here, said Issei. Well, if you do it during the day that doesn't happen, but since you were going to sleep this tells like a dream and dreams are faster than you think, said Drake. Issei didn't say anything and closed his eyes. It was time to wake up. Real world. Issei opened his eyes abruptly, scaring Lucy. Kya, I shouted at the blonde falling on her ass. Huh? Lucy? Good morning, what's wrong? Issei asked, standing up and helping the blonde to get up. Good morning, it's not time for this, we have to go get Gray, said the blonde, getting upset. What happened to Gray? Issei asked. Urza told him that the demon was dead and that it was unnecessary to stop those guys, but Gray didn't believe that and left. Urza went after him to stop him and told me to wake you up, Lucy said, explaining as quickly as she could. Well, let's go now before they get into trouble, said Issei, and the blonde agreed, and so the two left the town to look for the group. It was time for Galuna's final act.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.